Education Elementary Secondary Work Session is now called to order. Dr. Mackey.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. So the first thing we're going to do, we do have our JAG students here. I want y'all to ask any questions of them. I want to recognize a couple of people first. One's trying to find a seat there. Many of you, I think you all know Marie Manning, who, as the governor mentioned, we're going to miss Dr. McCarty, but she'll be gone in about 6 months from the board. And Marie Manning won that election for the Republican primary, does not have a Democratic opponent, so she's already jumping in. And of course, she's been to many board meetings before, but congratulations to Miss Manning and welcome. I wanted to recognize her for being here. And also a young lady I just met, and now I've lost her. Where's Destiny? We're going to make her stand up.
There she is out on the floor.
Destiny, we'll get you a chair. This young lady is interning with one of our journalists with the Montgomery Advertiser this summer, but I also just learned, for those of you, and certainly Dr. Reynolds and Miss West, and Dr. McCarty, she is about to be the editor of the Plainsman. So, any other Auburn people in the room? No, anyway. So glad to have them and everyone else here with us today. With that, ladies, y'all come across the front here where everybody can see you. And would y'all start by telling us a little more about yourselves? Give us your name again, where you go to school. I know we got that earlier, but tell us again. And then maybe just, if you're, I'm not sure if y'all seniors or not, but if you're a junior, senior, and kind of what your plan is for next. Let's start right here.
My name is Savannah Edgar. I attend Highland Home High School.
Highland Home, and you're a junior or senior?
I'm a freshman.
A freshman? Wow. We expect to see you back many times. Great.
My name is Amber Majors. I'm a student at Highland Home High School. I am a sophomore. And
hello, my name is Diana Acosta. I'm a student at Highland Home School, and I will be a senior this year.
Hi everybody, my name is Emily Pierce. I just graduated from Hayden High School.
Hayden High School. Did y'all all know each other before you went to Dallas together? No.
So where are you going since you're the senior that graduated?
I was accepted into Wallace State Community College Tuesday for nursing school. So
excellent.
And she graduated a year early.
Yes, I did graduate a year early from high school.
Good girl.
Dual enrollment.
Yes.
There you go.
Great. Anybody else, some questions?
What was your competition?
Insane Knowledge Bowl. It's basically JAG, all the information about JAG, everything you need to know, everything you would want to know, policies and procedures, rules, regulations, what JAG is as a whole, and it's basically trivia about JAG.
Okay, we need a game by Christmas time.
Right.
So we
Yes. And I was going to ask, how did you all prepare? I know you said everything you need to know.
There was a lot of studying involved. We had vocabulary words. We had questions, open-ended questions, where we had to say a whole bunch of stuff.
And a lot of it, we did not get the stuff to study. We did get hot sheets, in fact. They would give us some forms to study, and a lot of it, thanks to our JAG specialist over there. She's amazing. We love her. She is the reason that we had a lot more study material. She printed out the policies and procedures for us, the rules, and basically we just try to learn everything like the back of our hands.
Okay. Congratulations again.
Thank you. Sorry about that paper bill.
And were all four of you in the same? Were you in the same competition with them, or you were in different competitions?
Yes, I was in employability skills, and I had a panel to interview, and I had to create a resume and a cover letter. And I prepared by, I had my mother do a practice interview with me several times, and then my JAG specialist, Nancy Caffey, and Miss Angie Lineback both sat down and had several interviews with me, and just went over everything that you could possibly think of for an interview. So,
That's great.
That's great.
That's excellent. And that's a life skill you'll always need.
Absolutely.
Do you have a tip for us if we start looking for a job?
Yeah. Be yourself.
There you go.
Very wise.
There you go.
I needed an alternative to that.
So we had this year, I don't know, y'all probably know this, I hope your specialists probably know, but the board every year has asked for increases in JAG funding, and this year got a huge increase from the legislature, about 30% increase. So we're going to be able to expand to more counties. Would you say, this is a setup question, is that a good investment? We're going. I would assume we'll ask for another increase this year. I'll be really surprised if this group says no, we don't want to do that this year. But we want to continue to expand so every high school has a great specialist and an opportunity for young ladies like yourself. Were there any men that went on the competition?
Oh, see, there you go.
Dr. Reynolds, we may have to start pushing out and get some men involved.
Do y'all serve as ambassadors to go out to spread the word to the other counties and other schools and whatever is needed to spread the wealth, so to speak?
Well, we all, for everybody in JAG, we want to go out and recruit other members. I was just recently elected vice president, Alabama ambassador for JAG.
Okay.
I'm a part of a team of, I believe, 4 this year. Yes, ma'am, 4 this year. And I'm actually going to a training summit in Auburn this week. And I'll be able to meet my team members and learn and train. And I'm very excited about that.
Good. Okay, so that's the right step, right?
It's a great step. JAG is transitioning partly, it seems, to a student-led organization where their students' voices are really heard. As backs trailed by national JAGs who elected their first board of officials this year in Alabama are right on their tail. We've got to be the leading state in the nation as far as JAG support. Our showing is incredible. It was at nationals. The biggest showing, if I'm not mistaken, Alabama. There might have been one close second, but we were the largest showing at nationals in the country. And so the student-led decisions and organizations is not brand new for Alabama this year, but it's bigger this year and more broad. There's more students from different counties, but there's 2 ambassadors, a vice president and president. And Amber's just been elected vice president. Who happened to be on the Knowledge Bowl team that won a national title. Yeah, we've had a great year.
That's great.
Congratulations on a job well done, and congratulations to you.
Congratulations, and hope that they get y'all some lunch before you have to. You don't have to go back to school today, at least, but big thanks again to all the teachers, and supporters, administrators that are part of this.
Thank you.
Okay, I guess y'all are free to go. You're free to stay with us too, but.
We'd like to go with y'all. Our first regular item here, I'm going to ask, I think Ms. Martin and Mr. Markham are going to come to the table.
Teacher assessment
Yes,
proposal.
ma'am. So I know that we fortunately got started a little bit early today, which is good. We do need to get back at 1 o'clock because that's when the Barksdale folks are going to join us virtually, and we have several folks who said they want to log on just for that. So we're going to try to keep that on time, but otherwise we will push through as many as we can, as Dr. Richardson encouraged me, before lunch today, and then break whenever y'all want to for lunch. As y'all know, we've been talking for some time about teacher assessment, the testing, the Praxis in particular, but how all these pieces fit together. Every board member in here has called and had some individual conversation with me about it, and I appreciate that. Some of you have talked to Chuck Markham too. Some of you maybe talked to Ms. Martin also. We've been also talking to the college deans and talking to other folks, certification officers, and so they pulled some things together, and without any further ado, let me turn it over to Mr. Markham and let them talk about where we are.
Thank you, Dr. Mackey. Ms. Martin and I agreed the way we do this presentation, if you'll let me go through the presentation, then we get to the end. If you have any questions, she'll answer. Is that correct? I don't think that's where it's going to go. But no, seriously. After our meeting last month, Dr. Mackey tasked us with looking at some more long-term solutions. What we can do to address the teacher shortage, and the teacher work group that I was honored to chair, I think we did some good things and come out with some things that have helped. And we've got positive feedback from superintendents on those steps that we've taken. But the elephant in the room was the Praxis and the teacher assessment, and we kind of kicked that down the road. And even though other things have helped, that's the one that we are dealing with now. So with being tasked to look at long-term solutions, the first thing that we did is we went back and looked and recalled some of the things from notes that I'd taken at our work session, some things that were said by you as board members. And some of those quotes, and I'm not going to attribute who they are, if you said them or not, but what are we doing now for LEAs? What are we doing now? They're suffering now. What are we doing? It's important that we have quality teachers in the classroom. Superintendents that I talk to are support the Praxis. And there's positive comments about the Edtpa, how it provides evidence that teachers can teach. And superintendents in my district want to keep the Edtpa. The teachers I talk to don't want to do away with the Praxis because it gives the profession stature. There was discussion about the SEM, the standard error of measure, how that -1 is used often to determine reliability or validity, but a -2 SEM would be something that some would not be willing to do. And also the fact that the teacher shortage is a multifaceted approach is going to be taken to deal with it, because there's not one silver bullet. There's not one thing that we can do. If we'll do this, we'll no longer have a teacher shortage. And this is not a problem that's immune to Alabama. It's across the nation. Other states are having the same issue. So we took all of those comments with Dr. Mackey's task to come up with a proposal that we're going to present to you. And also, before I go into the proposal, I want to tell you the position I take on this. I'm honored to work for the State Department of Education, and one of the biggest honor of my career probably that Dr. Mackey would ask me to be his chief of staff. But folks, I still think like a local superintendent. I did that for 18 years, and I've said when I get to the point where I don't think like a local superintendent, that's when I know it's time to go. Because when I do things, and I'm part of things, I want to know how that's going to impact. If I was still in Roanoke, how would that impact me? How would that impact me? I want to do things to make it easier, not harder for our LEAs. So that's the perspective that I bring to the table. So where we're going to do the presentation, we're going to be addressing two different issues here. One is the Alabama State approved programs, assessment options, and then Ms. Martin's going to look at the alternative programs. And we're going to go through it, and I'm going to go real quickly through it, and then we'll open it up to questions. We'll answer any question you have, or we'll find you an answer. I'm not going to read I have 3 slides here. I'm not going to read each one. I'm going to just talk to you about the slides, and you can read specifically. But there's 3 options or 3 scenarios I want you to think about as we go looking at these. These are teacher candidates that have been part of our Alabama State approved program. This first student is really the student where we are now. This student has approved the Praxis test score, the cut score that we have. They've made that score or they're higher. And of course, the second bullet there about the foundations of reading, and there's some where that's applicable instead of the Praxis. But talk about the Praxis here. This student has made that Praxis score or higher, and they have the necessary GPA of a 2.5. So they're clear. They're good. They're ready to move on as long as they've met all the other things that's required. So from a Praxis standpoint, they're good. Now, option 2, this candidate is, this is what we would call the sliding scale that we've talked a little bit about before. This student is close on the Praxis, but they're not there. They're within 1 standard error of measure. And so what we're going to offer to that student, or we're proposing to offer that student, they're close, they're not there, but if they have on that 3rd bullet on the right side under status, before we said they had to have a 2.5 or higher. If this student has a 2.75, so they had an increased GPA. They only had to have a 2.5, but they've got a 2.75, and they're within 1 standard error of measure on the Praxis, then they're good to go. Now, let me preface all this, we're not touching Edtpa. That was a comment, and all of these options, the Edtpa would still be required, so we're nothing that we're talking about dealing with Edtpa. So option 2, they're within one standard error measure, and they have a 2.75 or higher, then they're clear. They're in line for a professional certificate.
Let me stop right there and just point out, that's a 2.75 in the teaching
Yes,
field.
thank you.
So for instance, if they're going into math, that would be measuring their GPA only with their math courses. So their education courses wouldn't matter. So they couldn't go back and say, take an extra PE class to try to get their GPA up. It would only be their math, or if they were social studies, their teaching field.
Thank you, Dr. Mackey.
How does that affect elementary teachers?
I was about to ask, with elementary teachers then, would that
Sorry,
take
that's
into
the answer.
encompass their teaching field and then the professional studies courses? Because it's a little different with them. They have professional studies and then they have the teaching field.
Strictly the teaching field.
Teaching.
This is this proposal is just the teaching field. Now those elementary teachers where you see where applicable, they would also have to complete the foundations of reading assessment.
The way it is now?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thanks.
And we do already calculate, this is not a new calculation. We currently calculate GPA in the teaching field. We do an in-field and then an overall GPA. So that's a number we already have or are able to get.
I just didn't know if it was changing or not.
No, ma'am.
That's a 2.75 on the 4.0 scale, right?
Yes, sir.
Because some universities provide A pluses and give more than a 4 point.
It's on a 4.0 scale.
So we'll, for example, the University of Alabama, A plus gets a 4.25. So we will accept whatever the GPA the university computes as the 2.75.
As it currently stands, that's what the recommendation would be. But we could actually look at those programs and pull some of the samples in for those individuals that would be considered A plus to see how that would impact this. But the current discussion with the team members was using a 4.0.
Because the 2.75 is just a C plus in some
Right.
institutions.
And with the 2.75, if you remember back in January, there were some changes that we did in order to create certification opportunities for districts. And with that work group, the decision was made and it was presented to the board to move that from 2.75 to a 2.5. So in increasing this with option 2, it's a way to show that we're still looking at the quality of the content. So instead of having just the 2.5 that is required in the completion of the program, we looked at increasing it 0.25 to show that even though they are just one standard error measure from the true cut score that's needed, we're still looking at what can they bring to the table, the quality of the content.
My question more is how are we looking at that GPA, on what basis? Because some people are, you don't have a 2 and a 3, they have a 2, 2.25, 2.5, 2.75 in the way they assign the number to a grade.
So we would have to go back, Dr. Reynolds, and look at that closer because it would also impact the programs as they currently stand. So we would have to go back and look at that as well because they require 2.5. So we would have to go back and take a look at the actual programs that we've already approved at a 2.5 because we're using that same matrix in order to come up with this score, which is just a raw 4.0.
We just have to equalize from one school to another because I know the difference in Auburn and Alabama when
we can look at that.
I would ask that you do that so that there's some equitable analysis because some schools do have different point values for.
We can definitely look at that. We can pull some, have the universities to send us some GPA samples
And you
and
know
do
what
some
I'm talking about.
analysis.
And when you have somebody graduate with a 4.16, you kind of wonder how could that be? That's because at Alabama they give 4.25 for an A plus, which is fair enough.
Yes.
I didn't get that, but
I'm sorry, in line with that, the teaching field GPA that we now require is 2.5, correct?
Yes,
And
exactly.
each institution then has a way of calculating that now.
Exactly.
So what is gonna make that different when we look at 2.75, if they're already doing it.
Exactly. Currently, there's nothing that will make it different, but doing an analysis to say that there's an impact, it can go back and interrupt those other programs as well. So our current method is to use what we've already established and has been shared with the universities.
I think that would be more helpful at this point.
Thank you.
We do have, Ms. Harris, Siobhan Harris is not with us because she's at the national conference, NASDAQ conference, but she's listening because she's sending messages. But she says we do have, confirmed elementary, we do have a teaching field GPA for elementary already, so it's not an additional thing we'd have to do. Okay, Mr. Markham, option proposed, so option one is exactly what we are doing now. Option two would be one standard error measure lower.
Do we have that score yet? Has it been determined what that would be?
Yes,
we do have that.
I have a copy that I'll pass out.
Oh, okay.
I have each one of those subjects, what one standard error would look like.
Okay.
I've thrown him off, so.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And if we can, before Mr. Markham goes to option three, just to let everyone know that the proposals that are being presented, it's nothing that we just sat around the table and came up with ideas about. Data was the driving factor. So exactly, Dr. Richardson, we reached out to ETS and had them to send us data surrounding even the number of teachers that this would impact and what that -1 SEM would be for each one of the tests. So that was actually used and compared to the teachers that are actually had taken it and were right there at that -1 and how this could move them forward. So in developing these proposals, they were done with data sitting behind it.
All right, now option three, this one, remember we were talking about three scenarios, and this is where this student is or where this candidate is. They're within 1 SEM. They're close on the Praxis, but they're not there, and they don't have the increased 2.75 that we talked about in option two. So they're somewhere between a 2.5 and a 2.74. So they have two options. Option one, and during the time that they've got these options, we're going to give them a non-professional temporary certificate that's good for 1 year that they can renew up to 3 years. They've got a 3-year period. And during this 3-year period, they've got two options to convert that non-professional certificate over to a professional certificate. And option one is to pass the Praxis at that established cut score. If they'll pass the Praxis at the cut score, then they're good to go. They can apply for a professional certificate and start down that path. Second option is during that 3-year period, if they successfully complete, and that's that last bullet on the screen, if they successfully complete 100 hours of department-approved high-quality professional learning or micro-credentials, the high-quality professional learning for micro-credentials must be in the area of the certificate. As Dr. Mackey discussed on the other one, these 100 hours here has to be in their content area. And if they successfully complete those 100 hours and have a good experience at that school, then they'll qualify for a professional certificate. So that gives them a route to start their career. And those are the three options. I would like, since the issue has been brought up, I would like to pass what this looks like so you can see it. The passing scores, if we did a -1 SEM, what that looks like. And also, Ms. Martin referenced what these numbers look like. I'm going to put that in your hand too. The actual. Yeah. I will.
Mr. Markham, for clarity, under earned,
This is the one we already have.
Yes, we already had this one.
Okay.
But not this one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Markham,
Yes, sir.
under bullet 1, required score, that's within one error of measurement, that's not the number that we, it says earn the current required score, that's one error measurement in the score, or is it the actual score?
The actual score.
So this person doesn't get the opportunity.
No, they're in if they're in one standard error measure, they can get the non-professional certificate, and during that 3-year period, then if they meet the cut score, then they can get it. Does that make sense?
So this is a person that doesn't have the GPA. They're more than one standard of error below.
And they don't have the increased 2.75, so they fall between 2.5 and 2.74.
So they don't get the benefit of one error measurement. Is that
They
what
do.
you're saying?
I said that wrong. They're within one standard error measure, my apologies. But they don't have the 275. So this is an option for them to either go back and take the Praxis and get there, or to do the 100 hours, which is equivalent essentially to 2 more college courses in their content, course content.
Okay. So you're saying that in option 3, they do meet Praxis?
No,
Because
not to get in the, there's 2 steps. First step is to be part of it. If they're within one standard error measure and they do not have the raised score, they're somewhere between a 2.5 and a 2.74, they get the 1-year non-professional certificate that can be renewed. And then during that 3-year period, they have to either A, meet the cut score on the Praxis, or 2, complete those 100 hours.
That's what I thought you said, but I got confused.
Yeah, I'm sure it was the presenter, not you.
Oh, thank you.
So would this option 3 require our institutions that require the Praxis be passed before they can do their teaching hours? Are those institutions going to need to make a policy change in order to meet option 3?
That'd be their call on their, yes, they have to, for their students to be able to.
For option 3, so we have a number of universities here, of course, last month, and that was a big question. Do you require Praxis before you allow them? So we would need to really work diligently with our university deans in making this change.
That's correct.
Some universities have higher entry requirements, so the lower the entry requirements, perhaps the more reason to have a test before they enter teacher education programs. Some have open enrollment, take everybody. Some don't.
Okay, I have
Yes, ma'am.
just clarification question. So option 1 as it stands, everything remains the same, where we know we'll have the Praxis exam, they will have the Foundations of Reading test, they have to have GPA and then Edtpa. Nothing changes. However, within that option, we know they would get the professional certificate. That then deals with the colleges and universities of education. Option 1 does. Correct? Because that's when they're in the program. Am I correct? All right. Option 2, they're still in a college or university program where now they have to pass the Praxis, and I didn't say pass the Praxis on that one, but they have to pass the Praxis on option 1. Option 2, they have to pass the Praxis, but we're going to look at the standard error of deviation. 1, standard error of deviation. They also would have to do the Foundations of Reading test. The GPA is going to be 2.75 and then Edtpa. So the only difference in 1 and 2 is the standard deviation. That still lies within the colleges and the schools of universities when we talk about the deans and those persons. Option 3 is more tied in with the LEA. I'm just trying to make sure I understand it correctly. Because with option 3, they've already graduated from a program, according to this. And then the LEA is then responsible for allowing them to get the non-professional certificate for up to 3 years, where they're already out there, and they have to get the current Praxis score or the 100 hours. Is that correct?
I'd say the LEA and the department, we're gonna have a part in that too for them to get the certificate issued. We're gonna have to approve that. We're gonna have to approve the 100 hours.
Okay.
And also the certificate, because it's that non-professional certificate is not gonna be. Other states are not gonna accept that as reciprocity.
Okay.
So it's a professional, so they got that, and that's one reason why we did it like that too. We wouldn't wanna issue a certificate and then go through the rest of the process,
Right.
somebody play the game and then come back
Okay.
as a non-professional.
All right, so what I'm trying to get clarification on then is that option 1 is what we're already doing at our colleges and universities. Option 2 is what we're proposing to try to help our colleges and universities. The only thing that's changing is the one standard deviation on the Praxis. Everything else is remaining the same. That's the only thing that's changing.
On two, yes.
On two.
And the GPA.
To help.
And the
And the GPA. Just going up. But most of them have like my institution, we do 2.8. Most of them, that's not gonna be an issue. Okay. And then the third one then, of course, deals with the LEAs. I guess my question, and I'm just throwing this out generally, I know the task force that was given the opportunity to work on this came back with recommendations, and this is totally different from what they had recommended. Now, I understand that Allocate, the organization that the deans are a member of and some chairpersons, they signed, the majority of them signed that they wanted what had been proposed by the committee at that time. And the committee, from my understanding, there were 2 colleges or a university that did not sign on. But at that time, they were asking not for something permanent, and I know you all are saying short term, but we haven't even implemented the short term yet. And now we're at the long term, and the only difference is in option 2, the one standard deviation, which may help some people and may not. But what the committee, and I think we had experts to come in, I was of the opinion, because you had the deans, the chairpersons, you had the superintendents, the principals, and their recommendation, from my understanding of what was shared with us on February 16th, was that they were proposing for us to look at perhaps a suspension of the Praxis, sunset, not just forever, but enough for colleges and universities to be able to recoup their numbers, to keep the foundations of reading test, GPA, and also Edtpa. Now, I think one thing that I'm hearing and talking to, people from the colleges and universities and then even superintendents and then even principals, I don't think people understand oftentimes what Edtpa is. Praxis gets you in a setting where your content is evaluated, what you've been taught in your classes. We know some people just test well. That does not determine the type of teacher they're going to be. Edtpa, on the other hand, has you, if you're elementary, you have 4 tasks that you have to complete. Meaning you have 4 lessons that you have to teach. You have to be videotaped, and then it has to be submitted to an entity. Not an entity at the State Department, but an entity that has been hired to grade young people on if you know the content, if you know the pedagogy, and if you know how to implement and put them together. To me, that shows more, and I see you all are saying keeping the Edtpa, so I think that's great. But I'm just asking, if we brought people in and asked for a recommendation, were they brought back in with these options that we're proposing now? Because I remember, I guess it may have been about 1.5 years ago, we had brought in one of the course of study committees. And instead of accepting their recommendation, we put it off. And I made the comment that when you bring people in and ask for their expertise, it's almost like it's a slap in the face, because first of all, time is valuable. And if we're really interested in doing something to help, option 1 is the same. Option 2 is only different by the one standard deviation, which really, to me, does not show a commitment that we're trying to be forward in order to do what was recommended to us. Now, that's just my opinion, and I value what you all have shared, because a lot of work has gone into this. I think it's great, but when you tell me that the only difference in what we're already doing is a change on the Praxis by one standard deviation, I'm not of the opinion that there's a whole lot that we're really committing to trying to get things moving. I know one of my very better school districts, the superintendent was telling me he's got to find 88 new teachers. Now, this is not down in the Black Belt, where we know no one really wants to go down there. We even had the superintendent to say that, and we're aware of that. So, going forward, I think for those people that we brought in, if they were in on this, that is fine. But I think we need to consider, I think Dr. Chestnut had asked about a survey to the deans, but beyond that, I do know that many of them had signed on from Allocate, that they were in, support of that. However, I know as a department, you all are looking, beyond, because as I said, I understand there were two, not one is in my area, and I've talked to the dean there, and people have their own personal reasons. But I think if we're really committing to trying to do something, not forever, but when you say sunset, even if it's just for a year, for us to be able to recoup and go forward. But that's just my opinion, and thank you for the presentation. I think it was great. A lot of hard work went into it, but I don't see much difference in option 1 and option 2 other than the change in the standard deviation. Seems like we're doing the same thing, just a different tune and a different hymn book.
Okay, let me give you a real scenario. I've been contacted by 3 young people from my district who have completed all their coursework. They want to do their practice teaching in the fall, but they have not been able to pass the Praxis. They want to know if we can get something changed so that they can go ahead, and they're much needed in the classroom. Which one of these would be the best option for helping those folks?
Option 2, if they're close, if they're, those scores I just showed you, if they're scored. I mean, I talked to a young man yesterday from Athens State, and he actually won't come speak to the board today, but it wasn't on the agenda. He came. He wants to come next time, but he's 159. I think he has to have a 160, and he's ready to go, and he came. So it will help some. There's no doubt. I talked to a dean that they've got 15 right now that they'll be ready to go in the fall. That's 15 teachers that can go if this goes, and there's others. When we did that work group, how I feel about you, and I appreciate you. And I'm not kickback, it's not argumentative at all.
No, and you know how I feel about you, but I'm just saying, I know what you presented on February 16th.
Yes, ma'am.
And I just know it does not look like what I see now. And I'm sure there's a reason for that. So, no kickback, but and I know you said when we talked Friday, that what they presented to us was short-term, that we were supposed to find long-term solutions. However, we have not implemented the short term yet, and we've gone on to the long term, which is not different from what we're already doing.
That's what I'm about to say. Our recommendation that we came forward with that group was to suspend. We never talked about eliminating. It was to suspend.
No, and I said suspend. I did not say eliminate.
Yes, ma'am. But then we wanted to suspend as we worked on something long term. We just sped up to the long term, and that's what we did with this. And just what we're trying to do is just take the different viewpoints and try to put a puzzle together. And there's different, and try to put it together so that we can get some help to those LEAs that need help. And as I started my presentation, there's not one silver bullet.
No.
But I think this will help some. It really will. I think it'll make a difference, because going to that page that we gave you there, between 2019 and 2021, 1,194 teachers that would have been able to start if we had a -1 SEM. That's almost 1,200 teachers, and you're telling me that the GPA is not going to be an issue. I can't say all of those had the 2.75, but what I'm hearing, probably most of them did. So that would make a big difference right there. That's ready to go. And that's actual numbers and the areas that they're in.
Right. And I guess what I'm saying is option 3 does help the LEAs, but what are we doing to try to help the colleges and universities who have people that are not at the point where they've graduated? And even if they've graduated from a program, you're talking about a person who maybe graduated in math and didn't get certified, because there are not many programs. Well, I do know there's one in Montgomery, and maybe there are others, where you can maybe graduate from an elementary education program and not get certified. But everybody doesn't even qualify for that number.
But if they did graduate, they could qualify for an emergency.
Yeah, but I'm saying like math, right? But no, but I'm saying is from a number of institutions, like the institution that I'm associated with, and several in the area in Birmingham, you can graduate with elementary education, but you have to be certified. You cannot just come out with a degree in elementary. I do know there's an institution in Montgomery where you can get an elementary education degree, which indeed that would help the LEA. And I understand what you're saying, they could maybe bring, people in. But I'm saying all we're doing to help the colleges and universities is going one standard deviation below and then looking at upping the GPA. But, majority rules, that's the thing. I'm, just giving my minority opinion as to how I see it in comparison to where we were in February and where we are now. That's all, I'm just making a conclusion.
And let me, if I may, go back to Ms. McCrae's point too. So specifically what you said, so institutions, not us, but many institutions say they do not let students do their student teaching unless they have passed the Praxis.
Yes.
So that institution, I'm not sure, you said you had 3 students, they might still say, we're going to implement a higher rule, we're still not going to let you. So I mean, that's their rule. Most of the institutions that I've talked to, not all of them, but ones that I've heard from, I think would go along with this. But if an institution said, we're still going to require you to make the national average score, even if you're one standard error measure below, and have the GPA, we as an institution want to have a different rule. As Dr. Richardson said, her institution, the state rule is you have to have a 2.5 GPA in your teaching field. Her institution, she said, has a 2.8. So they can have a higher institutional rule, but they can't go lower than the state board rule. If you look at your sheet that has the blue on it, if the board approved this in July, there are, under our rules, literally you see that very last column over there, how many more people could move forward this fall. The institution might still tell them no, so I want to be careful about that. But because they might adopt a higher rule. But we know that many of the deans are saying they do want to help these students move on. And the biggest issue that I hear, and again, this is just I've talked to several deans, is the issue of test anxiety. That they believe they have students who know their math, they know their social studies, they can teach reading, but they just have test anxiety. They are not hitting that score. If they're 3 standards of error, standard errors below, then that may be more of a content issue. But they feel like if they're within 1 standard of error and they've got test anxiety or an issue, maybe even a learning disability. One dean told me they dealt with a student that simply had a learning disability and had always had trouble with timed tests. Then it gives that student a chance to say, okay, I'm close, but I've demonstrated in my coursework that I can do the social studies, the math, the reading, and then it allows them to move forward and get a certificate. So it gives students more options. It would bring more students in. I know last month I gave you numbers that like there would be more if the board said, well, we're going to go to -2 standard errors. But I heard several of you around here saying, well, we don't want to be accused of lowering quality. So we want to be within that component where we feel like we can tell our constituents, business community, everybody else, we're maintaining quality, but we're also creating an opportunity for those students that might have test anxiety and not get the national average cut score. Our current cut scores are at that national average, and y'all know we've worked those up. Y'all have worked those up through the years too. But I think most of the institutions would work with us. Just to take that one step further, Ms. West asked about that. I mean, it would be an institutional rule still. We would like to encourage, we have a lot of institutions represented today and many more listening. We would like to encourage them to let students move forward into their student teaching, even if they have not met the Praxis cut score, especially if they've got the -1. So they could move forward and get a degree, as Dr. Richardson said, and then get certified, even if they took option 3, which would give them an opportunity, if the institution allowed them to progress, to get a degree and get a pre-professional temporary certificate. And those, of course, don't count toward tenure. That question's come up too, but that's in the law. Temporary certificates don't count toward tenure. But they could
That would give them another opportunity to go back and continue to take the Praxis to try to get their score up, or to take 2 more rigorous classes in their content and demonstrate that they can do the work. So,
And that's once they're out teaching. I keep saying
once they're
that, that's
teaching,
once
yes,
they're out
ma'am.
actually.
That's right, yes,
teaching.
ma'am. And they would have to be able to graduate to do that.
And all programs don't allow you to graduate with a degree
That's correct.
without being certified. So that's still a limited number that we'll even get down there. Okay.
Question. In the book, we have a sheet that has a -1 SEM and a set of numbers. And then we have the sheet you passed out that has -2 SEM at the top.
It should have been there.
It shouldn't be, okay, good. Because the numbers were identical, and I was like, how can that be?
There's -1 comma, -2 just got taken off. That should.
Okay, so I'm just gonna scratch that. Okay. Follow-up question, I was confusing myself. Follow-up question. So if we go down to 5362, which is English to speakers of other languages, and we have 164, I just wanna make sure I understand, we have a total of 164 students that fall into that category. If we go all the way over, out of 164, we think we can increase that number by 6 teachers, is that correct? So if you sort of look down the numbers that we're increasing, if you just go down, I'm just thinking out loud here. There are 3 categories where you're really not able to really move the needle much. It's the middle school science and the middle school social studies, and that English to speakers of other languages. Is there a reason, and maybe even, that's a pretty good amount there. Is there a reason why we would, do we drill down with our
I think one reason those numbers are lower is because there's lower taking the test. You look at the first column, look at the number in comparison that actually took the test. So that's actually, the number's gonna be lower at the end because it was lower in the beginning. On the total.
And, no, sorry, but, one of the issues, we're always having to deal with long-term issues, but with our institutions, not blaming institutions, but when we look at, there are also really low pass rates already so if you look at the second column, percent passing currently, if in early childhood education, 89% of students are already passing the Praxis at the level. So you'd see that would go up to 93.2% at the -1 standard of error. But for middle school mathematics, that's the first line early childhood. If you go down to middle school mathematics, the pass rate itself is only 51.78%. And then just above that, middle school English language arts, the pass rate's only 27%.
Yeah.
So even if you went to if you look at middle school language arts, 27% pass currently. If you go over to, if we lowered it to -1 SEM, that would almost double to 41.67%. So there are a lot of students in that range that have almost passed that. But there, no question, that goes back to kind of a content. I always remind people that remember, the colleges of education don't teach content in almost all of our institutions. They rely on, in this case, probably your colleges of letters or arts and sciences or somebody else to teach those content. But that's where we really do have to, and I've had this discussion with some of the deans, and I see some people out there nodding, we've got to get beyond just thinking about the colleges of education, because that's who we deal with, but it's those other colleges and the provost level, what is it that's misaligned? If it's misaligned, I'm not accusing, but it would appear to me that if only 27% of your students can pass the English language arts middle school, that something's misaligned. And misaligned, here's what I mean. It may be that the institution requires them to take Middle Ages English, British English, and the content on the Praxis is early American literature. And so they may be great at what the institution requires, but it's not aligned to the Praxis. I mention that because that's where, please, I'm going to muddy the waters and then let me back out of them. But that's one of the things I mentioned last month. Places like Texas, California, Massachusetts, and Georgia, those four in particular, I know they've said, well, we're going to develop our own state test that's aligned to what we want students to know. But you still would have a problem. The institutions would have to buy into that test. Even if we align the test to say we're going to test based on what we require middle school English teachers to teach, if the institution they went to said we're still going to teach, Middle Ages British, then they would still have a hard time. So that's where I backed off of that a little bit, because I go, I'm digging, I'm talking to people in other states, and they're saying, well, that even if you do your own state test that's aligned to your state standards, if your institutions are still controlling the content, then that won't make that change. Plus, it's going to take a lot of time, and you got to validate those tests, and so then that's when I thought, well, okay, I'm not going to keep digging in that. We could do that, but I think the issue is we got to go back and work with our institutions on how do we get those numbers up.
And Dr. Mackey, didn't we recently, it seems like maybe in the last 2 years, give the freedom to the colleges of education to it used to be under No Child Left Behind, right? They were restricted, I think, in what you had to offer. And then we made a code change, I believe, that allowed them more freedom that, for example, like their American Lit, that maybe before they all had to take English Lit. But then we gave the freedom to the colleges to say, look, now you have the freedom to choose and better align your courses with what we feel like is, like with our courses of study, with the content in our courses of study. And you can speak to that better than I do.
So what we did, we changed, under No Child Left Behind, we had to require that students who graduated, let's just take one of these examples since we're on English Language Arts Middle School, they had to graduate with an English Language Arts major. And so if, as you're saying, if the institution's rule was to get a major in English, you have to have, 6 hours of British Lit and 6 hours of early American Lit, whatever their requirements were for a major, that's what they had to meet. Y'all changed the rule and said you have to have 30 hours in the content. And so students, under the board's rules, students could say, well, I'm not going to take British Lit because that's not on the Praxis anymore. They could choose, pick and choose courses. We're still at the mercy of obviously their advisors, and I would bet that a lot of advisors don't know what's on the Praxis. And they're also may still, so yes, the freedom to not have to have a major is there, but I don't know how deeply that's taken root and made changes in advisors. Dr. Peacock has a point, and I'm sure she can help clarify that.
Yes, and I think this may help a little here with these numbers. When we look at the numbers here.
Dr. Denise Peacock, who's with us.
Sorry.
Do you want to come up?
I can speak from here.
Can y'all hear us? Okay, go.
But what I just wanted to clarify here, particularly as you start looking at your middle school and your high school and you see the percentages drop, we have to also remember when we're looking at these numbers, this is the highest score achieved by anyone that took this test. So this could be an elementary person that wants to do certification based on tests. They already have an elementary certificate. They went through an elementary program. Now they decided, gee, I'd really like to teach 7th grade English Language Arts, kind of like English Language Arts. So I'm going to go and take the test. They weren't trained at a university in English Language Arts. They just have an interest in that, so they go and they take the test in that area. If they are successful, then they can add that to their existing certificate. If they're not successful, they don't add it to their existing certificates. So I just wanted to make the point here in defending our colleges and universities that this is not necessarily numbers reflective of every person that trained in middle school English language arts or in middle school science. So don't let those numbers throw you off here.
I appreciate that.
That's
That's
just
good
if that helps
information
a little
that I
bit
didn't
here.
realize.
And people do, I get that phone call all the time, you know, I'm an elementary teacher, but I'm really thinking I'd like to move to high school. I'm really thinking, you know, I'm interested in science, or I'm gonna do this, and so they go and they take the test. Sometimes they'll go take it just to see how they do. They don't even necessarily spend time and prepare, they just are hoping they'll do well on it. Maybe they can add that area. So when you look at these numbers, just keep that in mind, that this is not necessarily reflective just of our college and university programs and the alignment to those issues. Does that help?
It does. Dr. Reynolds had.
I have 3 comments, and the first is about the report that we received about the sunsetting of the Praxis. And I realized and remember the report, I don't remember ever coming on the agenda for us to act on that. And
No, it was just presented to us.
I know,
That's what I
I
said.
was
It
just saying,
presented.
I remember the presentation, it was well done.
It was presented, yes.
And I believe Dr. Chesson actually chaired that committee, but I don't remember it ever coming forward, and I don't know why. I don't know why, it just, you know, you said majority rule, I don't ever remember, other than our discussion.
No.
Second point is, on the Praxis, I took time to actually take some sample Praxis scores.
You mean scores or questions?
The questions.
Questions.
And score myself on what I couldn't not do. And I've had many questions and content area. The Praxis, some of those questions are what one would expect to earn and learn before you graduate from high school. Some of those questions are not highly technical, particularly in some of the mathematics questions I looked at. And looking at the pass rate for mathematics content at 31%, at best, that's abysmal. And I've had people comment to me in the business community and the education community that some of that is because we're not producing very good high school students. And that's transferring into their inability to perform at a somewhat basic level at that, before they get into teacher education, because they're 2 years out of high school when they're trying to get in to the teacher education program. And 27.8% in language arts. Maybe what we're doing, the language arts over time will solve some of those problems. But I cannot imagine people being accepted in a university and not have that kind of basic language and mathematics skill anywhere. And unless it's just open enrollment and you're taking warm bodies, or even getting out of the high schools that I've been superintendent in. I would hope we have a higher score rating than that. And that is, as a reflection, it has been a reflection on me, on the performance of our K-12 school system. And I don't think we can look at those scores and not take some blame or some accountability or some responsibility for how that translates into what we're doing in our instructional program. And I hope we look at that and take that seriously. This is not a college level exclusive program. It perhaps reflects on what we're doing in our elementary secondary program. It is to me. If I knew students that I was superintendent of or principal of and came out and performed that miserably, I would have some serious consternation about that. And the third thing I want to mention is that I've had several calls because AL.com published a list of teacher unit loss because of lost enrollment. And I know I've got 1 or 2 school systems in my district, one particularly, that are losing teacher units. But overall in Alabama, I think we're losing a net loss of teacher units. Correct, Dr. Mackey? Correct, AL,
I missed that question, I'm sorry.
in AL.com,
Yes.
you published a list of plus and minuses, teacher unit loss because of total enrollment loss last year. and there was a net loss of teacher units across the state, if I remember that correctly.
That's correct.
Was I do read AL.com conscientiously and and look at your data, and if it's wrong, I usually communicate with you. Because Otauga County is not, in my perception, in the black belt, and I think I said that to you, but that's how perceptive I am, because I'm a researcher. But the very idea, when we look at the report that we have, and then the more recent data about teacher losses, and I happen to be in an area where we've had the largest population gain, and we've we've had increased enrollment. And those are situations, like you said, somebody's losing 80 teachers.
88, yes.
Well, that must be a growth area. So,
It is.
and that's a good idea. But net ways across the state, I had not seen any report to me as a state board member until I read it in AL.com. And I would hope in the future, I'm not complaining, that's an important data point that apparently AL.com did a better job of giving it to me than our staff did. And when we're talking about the whole issue of the report for delaying the Praxis, and this report that we've currently gotten, and the percentage achievement in these content areas, which is miserable, absolutely miserable, and then the decreased enrollment, those are components that I list 1, 2, and 3. And I've waited patiently for my chance to talk, but those are significant issues that exist in the Alabama domain. And I hope that we spend some time to address all of those things together, because they're all important to me, Dr. Mackey. And maybe to some of the other board members, if you'll want to comment on those issues. I don't know if any of you read the content and see where your districts are losing and gaining teacher units. But I was at Jackson County and they are losing 8 or 9 teacher units, which they're going to handle with attrition. But then Huntsville's gaining more than that, and Madison City's gaining more than that. And one of the reasons they're losing teacher units in Jackson County, geographically, is they're moving to Huntsville, and they're moving to Madison. They're not leaving public schools. We can see the trend, and you can see the trend. It's an issue that we have to deal with, and those teachers' availability is going to be in the high density areas. And I appreciate the report and me getting the information about where the teacher units are gained and lost in my district. That's important.
I mean, I got that information from y'all, right?
You didn't get it from me.
From the state.
I got it from you. I didn't get it from any other source.
Okay.
And I appreciate that. And that's my comments.
Before you say yours, may I clarify a comment that I made?
Of course.
When I mentioned that the majority rules, my comment was in line with what we saw on February 16th. And in line with that, I said that because we haven't even done anything about that. Now we're moving on to something else. And at this point, with option 1, 2, and 3, this majority will rule, not what the people present. That's what I meant by that. And then secondly, about the content, I see these scores. However, you cannot successfully get the scores on each task in Edtpa if you don't know the content, don't know how to do a lesson plan, don't have classroom management skills, and cannot implement in the classroom. So, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but you got to have content in order to be able to do Edtpa. So thank you. Yes, Dr. McCarty.
Well, I've got a question about the assessment of Praxis. Is it, somebody had mentioned that that certain students struggle with time tests. I know in many cases, if you are a student with accommodations, you would get time and a half or you would get more. Does Praxis allow that?
That is correct, yes, that can be requested.
Okay, I just wanted to check. If it didn't, we would need to look into it, I think. And also, I am very supportive of Edtpa. Dr. Richardson, just like you said, we want to ensure that our teacher candidates know the content, but we've all known genius people who, they knew their content inside and out, but they were perhaps not the best at sharing that content in a way that people could understand it. And to my understanding of Edtpa, and I've never given it or administered it, but my understanding is that it stresses that candidate can successfully teach that content. And so it's the application piece of it, which I believe is very important. How is on our score, our minimum set score for Edtpa, how does that compare with national average score? I've not seen that number before. I know we've got our minimum, and like you said in your proposals, we don't plan to change it. And one proposal that I had, a very intelligent person that has worked with students in many different settings, said perhaps we could also explore a sliding scale of Edtpa and Praxis. Because like Dr. Richardson also said, with Edtpa, if you're going to teach, you have to know the content that you're teaching.
Right.
So,
but Dr. McCartney, I'm thinking they have to make a certain score.
Yes.
There's not any, I mean, if it's
But
140 on that task, you have to make that 140.
but we set that minimum score. Like it's a national, just like Praxis. There's a wide range of scores that you could earn, and we, the board, set that score. And I have to be honest, when we set it.
I'm not sure about if we set that or not, or if it's a national score.
We are using the national.
I thought it was
score
national.
for Edtpa. If I could help you to understand the two a bit.
Please come up front, please, so I can hear you.
Okay, yes, sir, I surely will.
And the microphones.
Right, that's what I thought. It's a certain score. We don't have anything to do with that, but she'll explain that. Yes.
We don't create.
No, we don't.
Never go lower.
I just missed you guys and wanted to come to the table.
Oh, yeah.
No, you know, this is my baby and my passion. Just to help you explain, yes, we are using the national average for Edtpa. And yes, you are correct. In order to do well on Edtpa, you do have to know the content of that lesson you're teaching. But here's the difference. When we think about the Praxis test, we are looking at your content knowledge of that subject as a whole. So if you are a general social science person, we're looking at your content knowledge of all of the components of general social science.
Before you go any further though.
Sure.
With what we were proposing, I thought we were looking at elementary, early childhood, and special education. For the option 1 and 2. Were those not the areas?
That's all areas.
It's all areas. Okay, no, but what you all proposed on February 16th that we saw on the first 2 slides, it had early childhood, elementary, and special ed.
There was a difference with that in the foundations of reading. That's why those were split out, because those are the areas with the Literacy Act.
Okay, all
Where
right.
we had to do. So we had all content and then those 3 separate.
Okay, all right.
Which is a bit confusing, but that's something we have to do to stay in compliance with the Literacy Act.
Gotcha, thank you.
So if I make a passing score on the general social science Praxis, that's showing that I have the content knowledge in all areas of general social science. Now within that, as a person who is going to be certified and going through a program, I'm going to do Edtpa. While I'm doing Edtpa and I'm interning in a classroom, I am teaching a lesson on one thing, one small piece, one snippet. So maybe I'm doing a lesson on the Holocaust, or whatever it happens to be on, whatever the area is. So I'm doing a usually 3 to 5 day lesson on one tiny snippet subject of general social science. Wherever we are, and when the teacher turns the class over to me and I'm doing my Edtpa, whatever it is that I've been assigned to teach. So it's a piece. During that Edtpa, I'm going to demonstrate the 3 things that were discussed earlier. First of all, I'm going to have to plan a lesson or lessons 3 to 5 days in that area. So I'm going to demonstrate that I have the knowledge to plan a lesson, which is important. We want our teachers to be able to plan lessons. The second part, where the video clips come in that you were discussing, that's where I'm going to demonstrate my ability to teach that lesson. And of course, that's more than just teaching the lesson. Can I manage the classroom behavior? Can I differentiate the instruction while I'm teaching it? Am I meeting the needs of everyone in the classroom? Am I including everyone in the conversation? All of those things that are good teaching practices that we want our teachers to have. So that's part of task 2. Task 3, can I then assess students properly on what I taught them and determine my next steps? That could be a paper and pencil test. It could be, you know, some type of poll question going out the door, some informal assessment, anecdotal records. But am I properly assessing student learning, and do I know what to do with that assessment? So those are the three pieces of EdTPA. So the two tests, although connected in some ways, are equally important in different ways. Do I know the content of everything that I'm supposed to be able to teach during a school year, holding that certificate in general social science? And can I then take that content and with a snippet, with a section of lesson plans, demonstrate that I can run that classroom effectively, teach those students, and assess their learning?
Thank
I hope
you.
that helps.
That's the best explanation
Okay.
I've heard of EdTPA,
Okay.
and I thank you so much.
Sure.
What is, and I don't think I've ever asked this before, what is our pass rate? Like first time pass rate on EdTPA?
Of course, it's different numbers pertaining
Different
to them, but we're somewhere between 85 to, and I'm throwing numbers out here roughly, but 85 to 97%-ish. Put a big ish on
So
there,
a pretty
depending
high
on the
pass
area.
rate.
We have a great pass rate in Alabama on that. Our universities all have EdTPA coordinators that are committed to the process. It's embedded in the coursework that they do while they're going through the programs. So we've been very successful with EdTPA, thanks to what our colleges and universities have done. But it is a wonderful tool to assess. You know, you need to know the content. You also need to be able to teach the content to someone else. Two very important separate pieces.
Yes.
To build on what you said, using your example of the Holocaust, the Praxis is a much broader test, a much broader area. And then when you walk into that classroom and you see that you've gotten to teach the Holocaust, as a teacher, and many of us have done that, you have to sometimes learn it at that point before you teach it.
Absolutely.
I mean, you may not have known it in that broad spectrum, even in math and statistics and all those levels, which I'm more involved in. So one of the reasons you perhaps can do better on the EdTPA versus the Praxis is the preparation time you will have on that specific content area as you prepare to read ahead of when the students have. And I've taught collegiate courses where I had to stay at least 2 or 3 chapters ahead of what I was teaching, not because I wasn't capable, but I had credentials to teach it. But the example you use is something I don't think everybody would have the specific knowledge on. Or some of us never get beyond World War I in American history, unfortunately. And that's why some of those gaps exist. But that's one of the advantages of the Praxis, is if an individual lacks some of those specific knowledges, they can acquire those specific knowledges as they're preparing their lesson plans. Am I
very well said.
Analyzing? I don't know very well, but I'm doing the best I can for being an old man. So.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Chestnut.
Thank you for sharing. I have several questions. My wonder is, do we really know if the Praxis aligns with the content knowledge that teachers are required to teach?
We have been working with ETS to get an alignment prepared for you that we will share. But yes, we do believe that it is properly aligned, and we have been working with them to get some concrete numbers on that alignment that we can share with the board.
I was hoping you would say no, because when you look at the numbers here, then that means that we're off base.
Well, again, in trying to clarify those numbers, that is not necessarily everyone that has completed a program in that area. It could be people that are wanting to expand into that area from a teaching certificate they have now. So if I'm an elementary teacher and I decide I want to go and teach English Language Arts middle school, then I can go and take the Praxis test for that, pass it or not pass it, and then get a certificate. So you must take that into consideration when you look at those numbers.
So when we look at the data that you've given here, is this data reflective of students that are currently in teacher education programs?
That data is reflective of every person who took that test and identified with an Alabama college. Now, that doesn't mean they're in one. I graduated from Auburn in elementary education 10 years ago. So when I registered with Praxis, I'm listed as an Auburn graduate. So that's how you're getting those numbers. But I'm an elementary teacher, and I'm wanting to teach middle school English language arts, and so I'm taking the Praxis. Those numbers would be your highest attempt of every person in the state of Alabama that took that test within that time period.
So let's say we have some teachers that are out there that are currently working in school systems under emergency certificates. Those teachers are not included in these numbers, am I correct?
They took the Praxis test, they are included.
They
in
are.
those. Yes.
You know, because when I look at the survey, and I thank Mr. Martin for doing the survey. When I look at the survey from the deans and I look at the survey from the superintendents, and they're the ones that are working directly with the teachers. They're the ones that are searching for teachers. And based on the survey from both of them, the majority, a large majority of both deans and superintendents are saying that Praxis is not a strong indicator of teacher effectiveness based on the survey of people that are working with our students, the deans, as well as the superintendents. However, they are saying that Edtpa is a strong indicator of teacher effectiveness.
That doesn't surprise me, because when I think of teacher effectiveness, I think of my abilities to run that classroom.
Mm-hmm.
When I think of content knowledge, I think of, do I know my material that's reflective of my certificate? If I am a general social science person, do I know geography? Do I know history? All of the different areas. But as we said earlier, there are lots of people out there that are great with content, but they cannot run a classroom. They cannot manage student behavior. They cannot differentiate the instruction to meet needs. So it doesn't surprise me that they would answer that question that way, because Edtpa is the assessment of running your classroom daily. Praxis is the assessment of your content, your knowledge in your content area. Does that help you?
It does. So what you're saying then, that Edtpa covers both the content and the application of the content.
Edtpa covers the snippet of whatever you're teaching in those 3 to 5 lessons.
So when I look at the numbers also, and I'm grateful for the numbers that you gave, because it's showing that 127 teachers would be impacted. And I just pulled out just math and science, because that's a critical area. I reached out to the majority of my superintendents in District 5 that are scrambling, just needing a warm body to teach math and science and special education. They're saying they're not there, they're not available. However, if we just stick with option 3, and I appreciate it, and I shared with Mr. Markham, I appreciate what's done, there's still a group of people out there that this will not impact. My concern then, could there possibly be an option 4? Because I would rather see a person that has gone through the teacher ed program that may or may not have passed the exam, the Praxis exam, rather than someone that passed, that completed high school, that's serving as a long-term sub for the duration of the year.
You are.
Okay.
You are.
So we've got to have some mechanism in place for those school systems that are challenged with just recruiting teachers, period. okay? I don't disagree with what's stated here. I just think that there needs to be an additional arm or additional option so that we are meeting the needs of those areas that are challenged by getting teachers to even show up. Okay? And the need is critical. You know, and I represent the Black Belt. The majority of my superintendents are saying, we can't find anybody. But we have people that have served our school districts well. They may have been on the emergency certificate, but their time is up. And so now I have to accept someone that only has a high school diploma. We gotta add another option so that and it can be just temporary. It can be just temporary, and that may be the option in your high critical areas, that it may include the suspension of the Praxis because of an emergency situation, even if it's no more than a year, so that we can get people in our classrooms with more than a high school diploma. There are some schools in the Black Belt where students have not had a teacher, a certified or even, regardless, the duration of their high school years, which is reflective of the test scores that we see here. You can't teach what you don't know. And you can't tell me that it would not better serve our students if we have someone that may have gone through the program but just could not pass the test. I like the option of the 100 hours of the approved high quality professional learning. Those items would definitely be applicable in that option 4. Great idea. But we can't just stop with option 3, because you're only talking about 127 people that will gain certification under just this option. And I'm just talking about math and science, okay? Because those are critical areas. I see the other ones, and even with that, like early childhood, we only have 43. You know, I appreciate the numbers, but I'm just thinking that, Mr. Markham, you did a great job with option 1, 2, and 3. Can you sleep on and just create an option 4 so that we can deal with the emergency that we have in some of the school districts? You know, it's disheartening when you have superintendents and they're calling and saying we can't find anybody. And generally, those are the students that need the most qualified teacher, but we can't get them. But I do know that having someone that has not passed the Praxis, that has gone through a formal teacher ed program, is far better than having someone with a high school diploma.
And then in line with that, for those persons that are in institutions that have completed everything except they need to get the score on the Praxis, that would give more people who would be perhaps available in the spring to teach, which would add to those numbers. So I'm just throwing that out. That's correct. And then they would have already had Edtpa, Foundations of Reading, and all of those.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Dr. Reynolds, you had a comment?
Yes, I want to tell you that one of the reasons, one of the responsibilities I have is to maintain a basic quality level of the people teaching. I understand the crisis of people wanting people. I'll give you an analogy in another profession that I happen to be involved in. Nursing. There's a critical shortage of nursing, at least as strong as there's a critical shortage of teachers, maybe more. I went through a nursing program, and there were many of our colleagues that did extremely well in the practicums and all the experiences. It was a broad scope, and they couldn't pass the NCLEX at all. They were not registered nurses and never will be, because those are standards that were set in medical care. That's what we expect when you show up with RN on your name tag, that you had both a practical ability and an intellectual skill set that you determined. When I took the NCLEX, there was nobody more threatened than a person with a doctorate in education from Auburn who was taking the NCLEX when all his colleagues were 30 years younger than him. But I still had to pass it and did. And I would adhere to the validity of passing a national exam in nursing to be a registered nurse. And the same thing that I think that we have to have some common standards of intellectual capability, whatever it is on the Praxis, and not just being able to go and perform. Because there were great people that could do great things, but they were not able to pass the basic knowledge to be diagnostic and effective in multiple roles. And that's what happened. I'm using a comparison, you may or may not see it, the comparability between becoming a registered nurse and becoming a certified teacher. But I identify having done both of them and maintain my certification in both of them.
Is there
Yes.
Is there some way to give an emergency certificate to the people who have completed the coursework, they have a good GPA, they've done well on the Edtpa, maybe, I mean, just an emergency, just a temporary certificate until they pass that Praxis. Yes, I like that idea.
Option 4.
I like it.
And that would be that suspension.
I need it like you do.
Do you envision the superintendent of that district making that call and actually producing some sort of form that they are signing off on this teacher to remain? I do want to be careful.
But that's what we're already doing with the alternative.
I think that what has been developed,
3 years.
for instance, with option 3, and it may be that option 4 will have even higher requirements as far as where they have at least 100 hours. Option 4 may show 150 hours. And those hours can include high quality professional learning opportunities that can assist in preparing those people to pass the Praxis in the future. I'm not saying lower the qualifications. I'm not saying that we are accepting less, but I'm saying that we are in a crisis. And I would rather see someone with some credentials. They may not have it all. And I don't think there's anybody in here, we're all parents, that would want their child to be taught math and science by a substitute teacher for 4 years. You wouldn't want that, and I wouldn't either. What I'm saying is, take what we have and build on it. And it can be something that has a termination date. But if we are intentional in making sure that they get the hours that will prepare them to meet the qualifications, I think at this point it may not be the best option, but it is an option that's better than just putting long-term subs in the classrooms for our students.
Can I say this right quick, and I appreciate all the comments. One thing, this is only half the presentation, and Ms. Martin's got the option. Some of these issues may be addressed by Ms. Martin, because the only thing we're talking about here is people in Alabama state-approved programs. We're talking about alternative programs. These could be those people that's coming back from a different area that's trying to get a degree, that when she does her part, that some of your questions maybe. I'm not saying we don't look at option 4. I'm not saying that. But I think some of these things that are being mentioned that may be addressed.
Well, I apologize because we didn't follow your instructions.
Because we're looking at Alabama right now. We need to get it straight here as to what we're doing. So I'm interested in alternative, but no, I think we followed with the 1, 2, and 3.
These are institutional.
Yes.
And then outside the institutions, Ms. Martin's got that part of the presentation too. So there is another option there.
and we do have the expanded emergency certificate. And an emergency certificate, they have to have a college degree, obviously pass a background check, and then they can get an emergency certificate to teach. We are hearing, and it doesn't surprise any of you, that we've got a record number. I'm going to depend on Ms. Peacock to help me with this. We have a record number of people getting emergency certificates since we opened that up, because there's more opportunity too. But a lot of them are not lasting. So just because they can get an emergency certificate, a lot of them get in the classroom, they've never been in a college event, they've never been taught how to teach, and so it's better than a sub-certificate, to Dr. Chestnut's good point, because the sub-certificate, you just have to have a high school diploma. You get an emergency certificate, you do have to have a college degree, but many of us know that just getting a college degree does not mean you can be thrown in with 38 middle schoolers and teach them science or social studies. So we are here at our kindergartners. We don't do emergency in elementary, I don't think. Maybe we expanded that, I guess. Now we do. We've had to expand so much, but we don't. So those emergency certificates, when we expanded that, one of the goals was that people would get an emergency certificate and go back to school and work on getting either a degree or an alternate certificate, which I know we've got to get to still. But many of them we're seeing, not all of them, that it's working. It's brought dozens more teachers in, some of whom are getting permanent certification. But obviously some of them are not ever going to turn those emergency certificates into a permanent certification, because they've realized teaching's not for them. They've walked away from it. We've had, I don't have scientific data, but just from talking to superintendents, they're more likely to terminate someone on an emergency certificate than someone who's been through one of our colleges, because they're just not as prepared. Nevertheless, sometimes they terminate somebody and then hire another person on an emergency certificate, because there's not another graduate out there. Our numbers are a little better, because we've had, as I think Ms. Harris pointed out last month, hundreds of people have said they want their teaching certificate back now that we've offered that amnesty, and that's brought some people back in the classroom. Some people have gotten their teaching certificate back, but they've not applied for a job yet. Our numbers of retirees are the lowest they've been since I think 2014, partially because of the increased raises, and I'm sure, so that's given us a temporary reprieve, because we can assume that maybe those people will stay and get their highest 3 years, and so 3 to 5 years, that will help some. But I'm setting myself up, because we are still hearing daily from superintendents that they do not have enough applicants for jobs. And so even with those things, it's better, but it's not, there is still a teacher shortage. It's not as bad, which is good, but we're making progress. But this could put, of course, more people in, and we'll look at option 4. And Ms. Martin's got to talk to the alternate piece, which could help with some of these who have a degree, whether in or not in education, but could possibly, we could gain a few more than just these institutional. And one other point, because this came up, back to the idea or the question about whether institutions would let people move forward and do student teaching.
Correct.
My position has been, and I've tried to get them, to not make passing the Praxis a criteria to do student teaching. But that's from being state superintendent. If I were a provost, I might have a different opinion, because it changes their outcome on their federal report, their Title II report, if they do that. And so I don't blame them for doing it, because they have to look out for what's good for the institution. Most of them waived that during COVID, so we have an opportunity here possibly to recapture some of those students.
All right, anyone?
Dr. Mackey, I was just going to say, in reference to those things, the 2 tasks that I spend most of my day on right now
I'm working with the Teaching Alabama website, which is where individuals go to apply for jobs, and we field literally hundreds of calls weekly from folks who have gone and gotten that certificate reinstated. Maybe they went into another profession, maybe they've retired, maybe they had a baby and let it lapse, they didn't want to go back. We had stacks of mail, we're working through that with certification, and now they're calling saying, I don't know how to log back into my Teaching Alabama account, I want to apply for jobs, I want to get back on the register. So we are spending hours each week positively hooking those people back up with their accounts. So I do think we're going to see a positive result from that. I can tell you from the phone calls, they're out there, they're trying to get hooked up, they want to go back to work. Summer is the time to do that, so I think that's going to be positive. And as far as the Praxis scores, I would say the vast majority of the people that I talk with weekly, they are missing that cut score by just a few points. Rarely do I pull someone up and they are well below. They're just, I'm missing it by 1 point or I'm missing it by 2 points. So I feel like the things that we're looking at are going to make significant positive changes over time. We're going to get there. So just from the field, as the one answering the phone, those are 2 positive points I'd like to share with you.
Thank you.
Sure. All right. Ms. Martin?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Your turn. I know it's not going to be as long. We're not going to.
I don't know.
Comments about that. I'm just concerned about what we. I don't know.
It's really interesting and glad for the comments as it relates to option 4 that will impact the Alabama state approved programs. We've taken a lot of notes, and definitely we're going to go back and look at some other things that we can do to impact the actual program approval. What I want to talk with you all now about is those other pathways, the alternative certifications. This is nothing new. This is something we have been doing here in Alabama, but what we're trying to do now is to go back and revisit the assessment first that's connected to this. This is an example, provisional conditional certificate, and then what you see up here now is an example of an alternate pathway for a provisional certificate in a teaching field, and what we call this is PCTF. When you hear people saying PCTF, they're talking about that provisional certificate in a teaching field. Currently, this is what you would have to do. First of all, these are those individuals that are out there in non-education fields. So you'd either have to have a bachelor's degree with a minimum GPA of 2.5 on that 4.0 scale, or a master's degree with an overall GPA of 3.0 on that same 4.0 scale. If you don't have the GPA, there's still that opportunity for you to take the Praxis and earn that higher score. Because we do have some individuals that graduated some time ago and may have graduated with a 2.3, and they could go back and do that higher Praxis and still meet that qualification. You also would have to have your transcript where you're verifying that you completed those 4 courses with a C or above, and those are the same courses that we've talked about previously. We definitely make certain that they have been assigned a mentor. That is really important because these individuals have not gone through a teaching program at all. We also verify that they've had at least 1 year of full-time teaching experience in the subject where they're holding that certificate, and they have a recommendation form coming from the employing superintendent, as well as a current score on both the Praxis and the Edtpa. So that's and this is a little that's an example of what it is right now when we talk about this. Our first proposal is that we leave all of the assessments the same. Don't touch any of those, and that's under the Praxis. What we would consider doing something different for, what we thought of with the group, is that for those individuals who would have that alternative for the first year or the second year, they would be required to complete the Edtpa. That would be a requirement, because the key is that they've never had any of this exposure. And the second piece would be if they went through the full 3 years of holding that alternative certificate, they would have the opportunity of doing the Edtpa or the PLT, because both of those assessments are talking about what you can go and do. The difference from what you saw, what we're doing now, was the word and. They had to do Edtpa and, but this one we're saying they would do one or the other, only after they've held that certificate, that alternative certificate, for 3 years. Everything else that I went over would be the same. This is just focusing on the assessment as well as shortening the term. That's proposal 1.
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
In proposal 1, with the Edtpa for the certificate, if they've had it for 1 or 2 years, who would oversee the process?
Yeah, good question.
Is it
The
gonna be-
not the university, you will be working with people here in the department.
Oh, the
right,
department
and the
would do
mentor,
it.
yes.
Okay,
We're
now
working
who,
together.
Who, the mentor or the department? Who would actually be responsible for making sure they uploaded that information and all that? The department here, or someone assigned in the LEA who has not necessarily gone through the Edtpa training?
Exactly.
Okay, you're speaking about the
Option 1,
Edtpa.
yes.
Okay. Under this particular option, well, let me explain what an alternative means. I'm a school system and I want to hire you to teach middle school.
I understand that.
Right.
Uh-huh.
So if I put you on a first provisional certificate, you've met the Praxis score. That's how you get in. While you're holding that first certificate, that first year, you're going to take 2 of those 4 classes. You could take all 4 if you're a go-getter, but you have to take at least 2 of them. You have that mentor teacher that we're speaking of. You have to teach in that subject area. In other words, I can't hire you for math and 3/4 of the day you're teaching social studies. You're teaching in that content area, and you do a good job. So at the end of that first year, then if I like you as the superintendent, I can request the second provisional for another year. So it's a check and balance. I, as the individual who I'm on the provisional, I'm happy, I want to stay working here, so I want you to ask for a second. The principal and the school system, they're happy with the performance, so they want to request a second. So it's a check and balance there. So they can request the second. During the second, they have to do the other 2 courses. They generally, we suggest at this point in time, under the current rules, that they would start that Edtpa process. And I think this is getting to where you're asking here.
Correct.
The hard part here is that they're not part of a state-approved program. So they don't really belong to a university.
No, I understood that. That's why I'm asking who's supposed to do it. Who's going to be responsible?
Yes, that would be up to the LEA, because someone's having to oversee it. Now, this has just started an implementation with the rules. You know, we started this several years ago and we kept having to put it off with COVID, but our group that's on a second provisional right now, they're going through this process. So we're just beginning it, and we have had some be successful. Quite honestly, are they going to get the level of support that a person in college is going to get? They're not. They're just not, and that's the truth. So that's why we came up with option 3. So if a person is a true go-getter, they're self-driven, they're going to get this on their own, they're going to research it, they're going to be ready, and they want to move from that alternative certificate during year 1 or year 2, they're going to pass the Edtpa, successfully do that. But if they need more support and they want to go the second route, they will hold that for 3 years, which is what we currently do. Instead of being able to move on after year 1 or year 2, balls in their court. Instead of doing the Edtpa, which does require more support, it's a little bit more of a technical process, they can go back to the old pedagogy assessment that we use, that is a Praxis assessment, the PLT. And the difference between Edtpa and PLT, Edtpa is a portfolio where they're writing, they're doing commentaries, they're uploading lesson plans, very interactive. The PLT is giving you scenarios of performance. So you're going to still have to have that pedagogy piece in knowing how to respond to scenarios, but you're not actually uploading a portfolio. So a much less rigorous process for those that are not being supported at a college or university. So we've discussed this a lot. We liked it because it gives that person options. If they're the go-getter and they can do the Edtpa, year 1, year 2, get out, get their professional
move on with their career. If they want that extra time and they want to stay on that alternative certificate and go the PLT route, we're still going to ultimately end up with that professional certificate without them having to go through that process without the support.
Okay, and that's why I was wondering, because I teach the PLT, and most people tend to do well on that
They
assessment.
do, they do.
And that's
the
a
ball's in their
request.
court.
That we've heard this from superintendents, that they, for a lot of these teachers that they're supporting, prospective teachers, it's harder for them to do Edtpa because the universities do a great job on getting students ready for and through the Edtpa, but these alternative teachers, they're not going to be there to support them. And so the LEAs, and some LEAs that are larger, have somebody that can support. But this would give them another option and say, if the Edtpa is not working for you, you can go back and do the PLT instead. And that's, I mean, this is another option. It will, based on conversations, not with deans in this case, but with superintendents, this would be a big help for many of them because they're getting alternate people in, and their big problem is they don't have the support to help them do Edtpa, so this would give them another option. Now, we went with 3 years. They went with 3 years. I blame this on them because they brought this to me.
Okay.
But I like the explanation on that. It's that, so they're not doing that demo, the Edtpa, you know, you're actually videoing lessons. But, and in this case, they're doing the scenarios with the PLT, but a principal has now watched them for 3 years teach. So there is value in that. It's not just like it's a semester. There's a principal in and out of their classroom, should be obviously giving them professional support. I mean that, and so by the end of that 3 years, the PLT is really just a verification.
And who could pink slip them at any time?
They can pink slip them at any time.
And also, Dr. Mackey, if I may add thank you, Dr. Richardson, Siobhan and I have been in conversation about strengthening our mentoring program, and what we could do is within that program, we could build in Edtpa support. And then that will be a piece that will have ALSDE support and not just be on the LEA.
Right,
So,
they need to be trained in how to do that.
Yes, so that's a piece that we can work toward with because that is a requirement that they're assigned a mentor.
Okay.
And so we're working on revisiting and looking at some of the outcomes of the mentoring program.
And with the PLT, at one point, that was a requirement in our programs for colleges and universities, but we removed that and now put it down here once you get out working.
Yes.
Alternative as an option.
Adopted the Edtpa, we made that change.
Correct. And we
Right. And I did forget to mention, and thank you for reminding me, and I can't believe I forgot it because I worked tirelessly on it for 2 years. I guess I'm old. But we also, with Edtpa, if they elect to do the 1 to 2 years and they want to get through, we have developed with some of our Edtpa coordinators. Our Edtpa coordinator at Troy University worked hand in hand with me on this and actually is teaching the course, but we've developed e-learning modules that if they want to go this route and they want to do the Edtpa, there's no charge for those e-learning modules that are available. We did start that for the first group on that this past academic year. We did have some go through that very successfully. We had a few that had some issues with retakes, some little small things, so we worked hand in hand with those individuals here in the department to help them solve those issues and successfully pass. So if a person is still wanting option 1 or 2, there is definitely supports that are available.
Okay, yes, Doctor.
Do our regional in-service centers have the capacity to provide the support? Because you would get the best of both worlds. You have the university support through the regional in-service centers. Is there could we possibly have that as an option?
I'm so glad that you asked that, because before COVID, before the world came to an end, we were partnering specifically with our in-service centers. I had multiple meetings with them on Edtpa, and the plan way back in 2019 was for them to offer modules and supports at all of the different in-service centers, and we were in the middle of developing that when everything shut down, and that's when we paused this requirement. So yes, we certainly have opened those conversations already, and we will be revisiting those conversations now that we are
close to New That's great. Now the cost, college and some colleges and universities provide waivers for their TPA. How will it be here? Will the person be responsible for the cost variable there? To go through the
I'm not
process?
the expert on that, that may be something to defer back here, but as a.
Individual or LEA.
Yes.
Individual and or LEA.
And or, okay.
So they could use their Title II funds to reimbursement.
Okay.
Can, and they, some of them are using ESSER funds for this, they can, so they do have funds, but.
Okay, yes.
And this is a scenario of Gary, who had a degree in psychology, and a district recruited him to actually teach social studies. The first thing we were checked to make certain is that Gary does have a bachelor's degree from an accredited university, and he actually had a 2.8 GPA. He was from Dr. Richardson's college. Gary passed the Alabama-approved Praxis subject area test. The foundation of reading is not required because, again, it's social studies. So he's on that provisional approach. He completes all required coursework. He passes the Edtpa. He was really a go-getter during that first year. He received a positive recommendation from his employing superintendent. He's eligible, you guys, for a professional ed certificate. So that's option one right there. He's ready to go. So, I mean, this is someone we just went out and we found that had that degree and he was interested and he's good. So we have an option, a proposal of option 2. And for this particular individual, we're back down to that -1 SEM of the required score of the Praxis. That's the first thing with them. And again, we know that for the social studies person, this would not have been required, but if it had been a requirement, they would have to meet that score. That's not being waived due to the Literacy Act. Then we would say that person did not have the correct Praxis score, but they were within one standard area measure on that score. However, they had the 15 semester hours of coursework in the subject area being taught at a grade B or higher. So we were looking at that to offset that Praxis score, because again, this person does not have a teaching degree. This is just that same little Gary out there that did not have what was necessary. So the required components at the bottom will be the same. The only thing we did was lift the required Praxis score and took a look at the teaching field coursework. So for instance, we would go into Gary's transcript and look at all of those courses that were connected to social studies and make certain that they were at least a B or higher. And that's trying to give him that content knowledge. And again, if he wanted to still be that go-getter, he could do the Edtpa in 1 or 2 years, or he could do his full 3 years holding that certificate at the recommendation of a superintendent and pass either the Edtpa or the Plt. So again, that's to give some leverage on the Praxis. And this is that summary of Gary. He has that bachelor's degree still, didn't have to do the foundation of reading. He didn't have the exact score, but he was in -1 SEM of that score. We would go in and make certain that he had the 15 semester hours with at least a grade B or above. Again, this time Gary decided to wait those 3 years. And instead of doing Edtpa, he's just gonna go and sit for the Plt. He passes it, superintendent recommends him based on that performance recommendation form. He gets a professional ed certificate. That's it for me. Questions?
I've got one.
Yes.
Emergency certificate and alternative certificate. We say they must have a bachelor's degree. Must it come from an accredited institution? Okay.
Yes.
Well, I just didn't see that. So
Yes.
just double
I kind of
check.
skipped it. It's up there. It says from a regionally accredited university.
There it does.
First
Yes.
bullet, I just kind of
Thank you
skipped
so
over
much.
that. But yes, they
Thank
do.
you.
And we're getting individuals who are starting off on that emergency route. And then while they get things in order to transition over here. Some of those numbers, you all, that we saw on the score report that Dr. Peacock went over, is some of those individuals that are getting their Praxis scores together while they're holding the emergency. I have an emergency, my score may not be where it needs to be, so I'm taking the Praxis and I'm showing up in the data because I'm taking the Praxis while I get ready to do it. So they want to transition to those provisional certificates. And we're definitely going to look at an option 4. Definitely. Yes.
Now, here's what I would ask. So, I know it's been a lot of discussion, and this is exactly the kind of discussion we need to have, y'all need to have, and understand it. It is extremely complex. As has been mentioned, we all know other states are dealing with these same issues too. But, here's the but, and Mr. Markham has taught me nothing matters what you say until after the but. To make this, to bring in, I believe if we in July could approve these recommendations, it would, obviously it's up to you, but I would like to bring these recommendations, that we could literally open up dozens, maybe a couple of hundred teachers for this fall. So I would add, but what I don't want to do, Dr. Chestnut, is like say, well, we'll come back with another proposal in July to vote on in August. What I would like is if we could move forward with these, with the promise, we're going to look at an option 4, Dr. Chestnut. We would bring that as another discussion item for y'all to look at, but not slow down what we've got, because that, unfortunately, that's kind of, you know what happened before. We had a lot of momentum. We had a discussion. Then many of you got some pushback. We know some deans pushed back. Right. And so then we said, okay, well, we're going to come and we'll keep adjusting. Well, now we're 3 months down the way. And the reason I say that is because, again, from the colleges and the superintendents, what we're hearing, and some of y'all called me, some of you yesterday, and I'm not even sure which board members, and said, like, I'm getting calls now. Are we going to get something done this summer or not? And that's why I would like for you to think about us at least moving forward with the ones proposed today for a vote in July, because if we vote on them in July, that meeting's like the 12th, we can make it on the next day, we can make this effective. And we will go ahead. We've already talked about that. We would already go ahead and have the memos to the deans and all the paperwork prepared, so after the board voted, we could send it out immediately. So be thinking about that. I'm not asking you to make that commitment at the moment, but and I obviously won't ask you to, we're not going to poll the board on it, but I kind of do look for your direction in where you want to go. And then I know they're continuing to listen to you about another option, but we could move these forward, and after lunch maybe come back and have a shorter discussion about it to see kind of where you are. And I know Dr. Richardson's got a plan for lunch, but we do have Barksdale at 1, and we've got a hard problem there because Dr. Butler, who's presenting, is going to be remote with us, and she only has the window from 1 to 1:30. Now, we may have additional discussion beyond that, but if we tell her we're not going to start to 1:15, we're only going to get her for 15 minutes because she's got another commitment. So we do want to try to start that one on time. I also think y'all might want to take advantage. We've got several certification officers and some deans in the room, and they've heard all this discussion and might also lend something. I don't know if you want to do that now or after lunch. I don't want to put all them on the spot, but I mean, they have some.
No, because what I'm thinking, instead of us stopping for lunch, because it's 12:42 now, that we would continue on, have her at 1:30, start from lunch from about 1:30 to 2:15. I mean, that's a late lunch. Okay, right. You need, okay. And then we take a break at 1:30. Okay, 10-minute break. Okay, great.
No, break on our own.
So we are breaking right now on my own.
Okay.
He is a student at Auburn. He is listening to this discussion because he's got to ask questions.
I'm right beside the block.
Okay, now what's your name? Terry?
The key, what you said, like, okay, serious.
deviation, instead of the 1, do the 2, and that these students would then, these candidates would then be required to follow what's in option 3, but with additional hours. Whereas option 3 says 100, they may be required to do the 150. So we're not just eliminating quality, but we're opening a door, and this is a 1-year option. That once they pass that 1 year, they still have to meet the requirements. They have to then fall into option 3. They still have to meet the requirements for the possibility of gaining certification. I just want to clarify that I wasn't saying that this is just an open door policy for anybody. You know, they still need to be within that range. But then also, they have to be willing to go to school districts that have critical needs relevant to teacher shortage. So it's not just, okay, we're gonna give you this option, and then you go to Madison where Dr. Reynolds has too many teachers, and we're still left with people that cannot fill positions.
And we were also discussing that the younger generation might not want to go to an area where there is no opportunity to go shopping or socializing. But that does not mean that those that have already lived their life, so to speak, or the veterans. We were speaking of veterans. Those are to whom we should be spending more of our thoughts.
To speak to what you're saying, if the option is hiring a high school teacher, but if you're gonna have a credentialing, many professions and many options offer more options if you go to a high needs area. And I think if you want to address the teacher shortage, if you don't address them going to the high needs area, you're not really speaking to the problem that I've heard spoken.
I think you're right. Okay.
But then we have still requiring after that 1 year that you meet the requirements. I just wanted to clarify that it wasn't just an open-ended, come one, come all. We're still looking for high quality people that just may not be effective test takers.
Okay, great. Okay, we wanted to hear from a couple of things. We only have 2 minutes. Will anyone comment on what we've been discussing? We only have 2 minutes. You have to talk very fast. I mean, your opinions as to what you think we've been discussing, what you prefer to see.
Are we on the right track?
Are we going in the correct direction, or have we changed from what we said we were going to do based upon the recommendation of the task force? Just, I mean, what are your thoughts? That's all.
I told Mrs. West this, that I feel like this is a good middle ground for us to find where, you know, you're not just tossing out, you know, any type of testing at all. Dr. Reynolds, you made a very good point about the nursing, you know, and that type of thing. This gets us maybe some breathing room to really get in and have a look at what
Hello, friends in Alabama. Can you see me?
And Troy State doesn't let your nurses not test any place either. I know that.
University of Alabama, I was at your advisory meeting. What's the thought there now?
What I really appreciate is because of these conversations, we're now having these conversations back at the institution, which is causing us to kind of revisit some possibly stale policies. So we are kind of considering, you know, what we do, our part as far as addressing this teacher shortage. And some of the things we're looking at is looking at creative ways of, you know, help our students be certified. One of this is we have lifted the requirement of allowing them to pass the Praxis before going into internship. And that's opened the door for 40 students already. So I think that's going to help. So.
Okay. Oh, good. Thank you. Okay. All right. Anyone else? Thank you.
Okay. Is Dr. Davis or Ms. Short, Ms. Martin? Oh, there's Ms. Short. There she is. I'm going to let you come up to the Ms. Bonnie Short. I'm on Reading Initiative. We have on the screen Dr. Kelly Butler from the Barksdale Institute, Barksdale Reading Institute. And I think, can you hear us, Dr. Butler? Perfect. And we can hear you great also. I know I don't want to spend a lot of time in the introduction because Dr. Butler has a hard stop at 1:30 and we're going to take lunch Dr. Richardson said, and we can come back and discuss some, but they have gone into and looked at our institutions and the 9 hours that we require, you as a board require, for the teaching of the science of reading. I just make this remind you, the Literacy Act required all public institutions to teach 9 hours the science of reading. You as a board went beyond what the law requires and required it of all institutions that grant certificates in Alabama. So that would include our private institutions. So all of our institutions are included. I mention that because I had a question about, well, isn't this just public institutions? Well, only public institutions are addressed by the legislation, but you as a board said if you're going to recommend people for certification, then you have to also be a part of this. And so, Ms. Short, let me just turn it over to you for a quick introduction or however you want to do it so we can get Dr. Butler going, because I know that's who everybody really wants to hear from.
Dr. Kelly Butler worked with Mississippi when Mississippi went to put their Literacy Act in place and looked at the universities. So she was contracted by us to do the same thing with a lot of pretty incredible people that were reviewing the information from the various universities. And so you don't want to talk to me, you want to hear from her, so I'm going to turn it right over to her. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Thank
Welcome.
you to all of you. I'm happy to be a part of this conversation. I want to start by saying that we undertook this with a real sense of seriousness and confidentiality. One of the things I've learned most in this work is that when it comes to changing practice and changing attitudes, professionals need the respect of being able to learn in a safe environment, to learn about what they may not know. And that's been true in our experience with higher ed. And so I know that you all are all operating under public information law, but I want to stress to you the Institute and all of the team that worked with us seriousness about the confidential nature of this work, and that we don't have any plans to, it's not our product to publish, so this work belongs to you, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have. I have a few slides that may be helpful. I don't know if you've had a chance to read the report, but I thought I would just do some high-level highlights, and then we can spend most of the time responding to any questions that you may have. One of the opportunities I gave to the deans when I was there last week was till tomorrow, if they had any things that they felt like were incorrect in the drafts that we've sent. I only heard from 2 institutions. I'll share with Bonnie who those are. Again, I want to treat this with confidentiality. I think they were fair responses, so not, I don't have any particular trouble with what we received. I'm happy. What we agreed to was that we would append those to the report, but that the reports would stand. So would it be helpful, Bonnie, at this point to share these few slides, or do you all want to just launch in with questions if you feel like you have enough time?
If you could go through the slides, so it kind of sets the stage.
We don't have anything. Yeah, she's gone to get up to go get the copies, so y'all go ahead and start. That's where she went, so.
Okay, let me see if I can do this sequence. I'm understanding I'm sharing my screen that you all, I sent the slides, but let me see what I need to do here first. Give me 1 minute. Can you see my screen now?
No.
No.
Eric, you're gonna do a dance like this, right?
It's asking me for some. It's not getting past security.
Let's see, did they get control? Charles, do we have the slides where you just pull them up?
I have no slides.
Yeah, I sent them to Bonnie,
It's Bonnie's fault.
Mine is in So it's asking, yeah.
It's giving her a password for her to share her screen.
There's Ethan.
There's Ethan.
There's a password in the email. Sure, that you're in charge.
Yes.
Did you want to email to Charles? Let him pull up on his image. Who responsible?
So Bonnie is gonna send it to Phyllis.
While we're waiting, while we
Can she just talk? Yes, we
Yeah,
can.
can you just talk while
Yeah,
we're?
go ahead.
Sure.
Bonnie's breaking down the actual slides, the copy of the slides.
If she can just begin
So,
talking.
Dr. Butler, what if you just take off and, kind of explain what you've done and we'll get into the discussion.
okay. Did you tell me y'all do not have a copy of the report there?
We do not.
We do not.
Okay.
Secret.
All right, so the first slide is essentially the picture. What you all asked us to do was to take a look at the 25 teacher prep programs, all three of their programs at both levels, and determine essentially one question: are they aligned or not to the science of reading? And so what we have come up with and quantified are 4 levels essentially of alignment. Either they are aligned, and what alignment means in this sense is that their content is aligned to the science, their practices that they are teaching new candidates is aligned to the science and evidence-based, and that they are making connections to practice. That one of the key features of teacher preparation, particularly when it comes to teaching early reading, is the candidates' opportunity to see practice demonstrated. And what we found was that 23%, I don't have those figures as numbers, I could convert them quickly, but 23% of the syllabi, now I'm not talking program, I'm not talking about universities here, I'm talking about the number of actual course syllabi that we examined. 23% of those are fully aligned, which means we saw evidence that they were teaching the right practices, that they were making connections to practice, and that the content itself, the textbooks they were using, were aligned with the content. Let me stop here a minute because my slide has a big star in this quadrant of the pie chart to indicate to you all that you have some shining stars and real examples of how this should be done. And I'm happy to meet with the State Department at the appropriate time to kind of talk through some of those specifics. We think there are some individuals that could be really useful across the state in helping everybody get aligned. But the good news is, even though it's only 23%, you've got some real exemplars in your midst. To the extent that one of our reviewers, who is one of these top researchers in the country, said, who also teaches in teacher preparation, said, I want to mimic this course. I want to do what they are doing in Alabama for this particular program at my university in Maryland. So it's a heart and courage and good feelings that there is some really good work going on here. And
Go back. So Dr. Butler, we now have your slides pulled up, so we're showing that. So
let me go back so I can see.
it sees the star. Can you see our screen now?
I can.
And we'll advance the slides as you tell us then, so.
Okay, all right. So then the second level of alignment is inconsistent. And I made this category broad because the team felt like there was a lot of good that was happening, and we wanted to acknowledge that. We wanted to give people, to emphasize that and give people a signal that they are beginning to do the right things, whether it's in content or if it's incorporating more videos that show what good instruction looks like. But this is a big bucket. Half of the schools, half of the syllabi, the courses that we looked at, fall into this category. And we tried to be explicit in the reports, the individual reports, to indicate the reason they're inconsistent is either the content was well aligned, or they picked a good textbook and they were beginning to teach the right things, but that sometimes the practices that they were using in assignments or in demonstrating the science in the pre-service classes themselves was not aligned. So, for example, I gave the example when I met with the deans last week. We have teaching the simple view of reading and the conceptual models, that all of the science is really based on its architecture of much of the science on the one hand, and that's all accurate. And then the assignment that goes along with that is based really on whole language or balanced literacy practices, which is that it may not be explicit and systematic. It may have children doing much more kind of discovery learning, which is what that constructivist philosophy is about. I want to be clear that there are different modes of teaching in education that are all worthwhile. When it comes to foundational skills of reading, we need to be clear and systematic and explicit in our approach to teaching those early foundational skills, particularly how you break the code. And so there is some inconsistency, and I think part of that has to do with folks not understanding really what evidence-based means and how it's different. I've tried to not pit structured literacy against balanced literacy. If you all are not familiar with the history of balanced literacy, it was really an effort that came out of the whole language movement when the research began to indicate that we needed to teach foundational skills in a much more specific, explicit way, and particularly phonics. The whole language community sort of rose up and said, you know, we don't really want to do this. It was somewhat of a compromise. And when they came up with the term balanced, the notion was that we're going to have a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and everybody's going to be happy. And what happened was we did a little bit of this and a little bit of that. We didn't do phonics very well, and we didn't do it systematically or sequentially. But it was hard for teachers and school folks to get their head around the fact that how can something that's called balanced not be good? And so it's been a marketing challenge as much as anything, is to try to examine what it means to be in a balanced classroom versus what it means to teach the foundational skills in a much more structured way. I don't want to pit those two things against each other. There are some things in balanced literacy that are good, but sometimes they sneak into the structured literacy methods that are counterproductive. An example that I'll give you that's very specific. In whole language, children are taught what's called the cueing system. And the cueing system says to them, look at the first letter, look at the picture, take a guess. We want kids to decode words phoneme by phoneme, which is how the brain processes language. And so when we're using structured literacy approaches, we are teaching them how to do that. But then when we turn around and put them in a level reader that may be above their grade level or even sort of on their instructional level, and they are exposed to print that does not, that may not be the patterns that they've learned in the structured literacy, we are asking them to guess. So one of the practices that's widely used is called guided reading in balanced literacy classrooms. And often the way the phonics skills are taught is through mini lessons. We stop, we talk about a pattern, and then we keep moving. It's not sequential or systematic, it's not logical, it's not based in a methodical way. And we see a lot of that happening. We see it in our schools. I bet if I were to visit 10 Alabama schools, I would see a lot of balanced literacy going on. But we are seeing it a lot in higher ed. And so what we're trying to do is help faculty in particular understand what those balanced literacy practices are and what the structured literacy practices are, and when we need to use which. So I digressed to explain that because that's what's in that inconsistent bucket. We're seeing a lot of movement towards the science, but it's still incomplete. So in a sense, we've got balanced literacy going on in higher ed, with a little bit of this and a little bit of that. The third category it's not aligned. And these were clearly syllabi that were very much whole language. They were teaching the cueing system. They were teaching guided reading. We saw no evidence of the science of reading. Sometimes we might see the phrase science of reading or evidence-based practices in a course description, but if you saw no other evidence, it was sort of a token introduction, and it was not backed up by anything that they were actually doing in the courses. So about 16% of the courses that we looked at are those. Those are courses that are going to need total reconstruction, and we're happy to give some guidance on that. I actually included some links both in the statewide report and in individual reports about some really good resources to help faculty as teams sit down and really redesign a course and when they get to that point. And then the fourth category is insufficient information. I would say one of the biggest challenges of the study was getting the materials. If I had to do it all over again, I would have started the clock after we had gotten all the materials. We were receiving materials up until March when I finally said, we're not reviewing anything else that comes in. We had team members having to re-review syllabi more than once, and so that's one of the things that kind of put us behind, is that we were really trying to make sure we looked at everything and looked at what they were doing, at the same time recognizing that a lot of it was a moving target. And so for some, we just had to call it insufficient. We just really couldn't tell where they were or what they were doing, or they just didn't provide us with all the materials we requested. So let's take a look at the next slide. I'll pause there, take a breath, and let y'all ask a question if you have one. All right, hearing none, then let's take a look at this. This is a big picture of, if you put all of the syllabi in one bucket and ran an analysis on how many were teaching these foundational skills, as you see, this is what you would come up with. So this is kind of a bird's eye view of what's happening in Alabama. Essentially what it means is that of all the courses being taught, 20% of the institutions are addressing the science of reading. 20% of the content is that small sliver, 5% is around oral language. That big purple slice of the pie is comprehension, reading comprehension. So this is a pretty good representation. The one thing that I would alert you to about this is 15% of that red slice of the pie is non-evidence based. So we're still teaching on average across the board, and that's a big generality. About 15% of what's being taught is still non-evidence based. There's very little being taught in early orthographic. That's that 2% baby blue slice, and the lighter blue slice of 1% is morphology. We have seen very little of that, and part of that is that it's letters really addresses morphology, and so those places where we saw it, really we're getting it from letters content. But that is a piece of learning vocabulary, and it's also a component of word recognition, and I think it's something that's going to need attention, and we have lots of resources that we can help put your way. But you will get used to these color schemes. These are all representing different foundational skills. These are all of the skills that are listed in the statute, as well as a few like early orthographic that we added because we felt like to be a well-rounded program, you needed all of these. So that's what this pie chart represents. Let's go to the next slide. This is just the science of reading slice. So with that 19% I was showing you, one of the things we looked at is what is the content around the science of reading? And although we saw it in the different elements, for example, we looked for the science of reading in vocabulary instruction, and we looked for it in phonics instruction. We also were looking for some very specific things in how they taught the science. And so these elements are just elements generally of what evidence-based practices looks like. That's the first bar. General research information, when we encountered information that didn't really fit a category, it wasn't a component, but it was clearly information that was relevant to learning the science. We put it in that category. We were looking to see if they were teaching the brain processes, what the four-part processor is, how the brain processes language. these phases of reading development. Those in particular we look for. We were looking to see if there was evidence of in teaching candidates about dyslexia, if not exactly how to diagnose it, at least how to recognize it, and some things to do, and also other specific language difficulties. We looked for attention to English language learners. Were they adapting instruction and being cognizant of those particular populations? And finally, we looked at types and purposes of assessment. So you can see that these are percentages now of all the courses we looked at. How many of them are addressing those particular features of the science? So again, I would look at this and say, we probably need to give some attention to dyslexia and the specific language difficulties. We need to give some attention to English language learners in particular. And those are specialties. And those are things that, it's one thing to learn the science and be able to teach a regular kid in a regular class. But these are all things, given our diverse classrooms, that we're going to need to learn. And so those are some areas you may want to create a task force, for example, and get to work on that. Next slide. This is a specific slide about textbooks. We found that textbooks, and we expected that textbooks would be a big driver of instruction in pre-service classrooms. And this is both a good thing and a bad thing. You've got a really good textbook, like the Teaching Reading Source Book, which you all are using, and most of your aligned courses are using that textbook. Then you're pretty home free. It's well structured, it's geared for pre-service, it covers the waterfront in terms of reading, and it's very explicit about instruction. It's an excellent textbook. Conversely, if you've got a textbook that's still rooted in whole language, or is very much balanced literacy, where they're not teaching writing, for example, explicitly, but teaching it through Writer's Workshop, then those courses are going to show less alignment because they were using the textbook heavily. So while a textbook doesn't tell you everything about what they're teaching, depending on how much their course content, their course outline was adhering to chapters in the textbook, it was a big factor. Of the textbooks, we reviewed 93. There are 154 textbooks in total that are listed on syllabi. Not all of them are used, and we didn't review them if we didn't see any evidence that candidates were being asked to read anything from them. But the ones that we did review sort of split out this way. So we have about a third that are strong alignment. Letters is included in that material, as well as the Teaching Reading Source Book. There's the Birch Book, which is a book about multi-sensory teaching, is one of those strong textbooks. We saw a slice that were pretty good, that they had good alignment, but they may have some chapters that were not explicit or actually teaching things that we thought were counter to evidence-based practices, and then on down the line until you found some that were not aligned. I want to be clear about about our statements about textbooks. This was not a review of the quality of textbooks in general, because there's, for example, there may be a textbook that's minimally aligned to the science of reading, but has some good material that's otherwise useful to teacher preparation. So not certainly wanting to raise the ire of publishers, I wanted to be clear that all we did was look at their alignment to the science, in particular the foundational skills. And we have a really expert team that did these reviews. It was a very deep dive. We looked at every sentence in these textbooks, section by section, to determine the alignment. There's a big mathematical spreadsheet that has a very deep formula in it to try to compute all of this to end up with a nice pie chart that shows you exactly what's going on. So, but you now have with you a good list of textbooks and can pretty much determine what the next steps are in guiding curriculum. Next slide. So the real key findings, the earlier key findings were what was the alignment, what do we know about textbooks, and then these are the others that I wanted to lift up. I mentioned earlier that we've seen some balanced literacy going on, and I think essentially it's a lack of understanding about what constitutes evidence-based practices. We're not teaching the queuing system. We are teaching kids how to break the codes phoneme by phoneme. And one of the supports of evidence for this was our interview with faculty. When we asked them to explain how you teach explicit and systematic instruction, how you teach those concepts to pre-service. We have a number of faculty who couldn't answer that question, who really struggled with that. We also have faculty who were using whole language kinds of terminology and references that were revealing about the sort of orientation that they were using to teach the foundational skills. So that's a thing, and I think Letters has done a lot to inform people about that. One of the recommendations we were making is that all of your faculty get letters or some kind of professional development around the science, and we can talk about that a little bit later at the end of this slide. The second one is faculty need much more. It's related to that, much more understanding, a deeper understanding. If they're going to develop assignments that make sense and are aligned to the science, you really need a deeper understanding of what that science is. Modeling of instruction also stems from that. If you're not comfortable with the science, you're not inclined to model instruction. While I'm a big fan of videos, and I think there's some excellent ones out there, and we observed a number of excellent ones, we think that's a good substitute until faculty are really feeling comfortable about it. But we think that faculty modeling is really important, and it's important for candidates to see that model, and then in turn for the professors to see the candidates model instruction and give them feedback. And that brings us to connections to practice. This is tenuous. Some of this is a function of the pandemic, that you're not able to get into elementary schools to the degree you'd like. But there was a big disconnection in how those players between the school and the university were communicating. Many of the mentor teachers didn't really know what was expected in the 9 hours, and so there's some recommendations around helping to align that. We also know that you may have a candidate coming from a strong program going into a school where everything's balanced literacy, and they're teaching the queuing system, and so we got to reconcile some of that as well. And I think by bringing folks together to the same table, we can get at some of that. I think as long as we stay in these silos, we got districts doing one thing and higher ed doing another. The last finding really has to do with the sequence of the 9 hours. If you spread across in a particular program the course descriptions and even the names of the courses, it's pretty hard to tell what it is this course is about. Some of that's a function, I think, of that syllabi by nature sort of morph over time as professors come and go. They inherit the syllabi, and things get changed, sometimes not so strategically. There is a really good instrument that the Cedar Center has developed that Rhode Island Department of Education has rolled out. It's listed in the statewide report, and it's recommended in the individual reports. It's a wonderful tool to help you map out what are the competencies we want our graduates to have when they leave, ready for day one. What are those teaching reading competencies that they want to have? And you need to map that across the 9 hours so you know where it's getting introduced, where you need to repeat it, maybe more than once, or just to make sure you're covering them all. Because sometimes the course objectives didn't match the course description. Sometimes 2 courses that came right after each other, either redundant or there was a total gap. There was not a nice segue between one to the other. And so I think that just the general sequence and the wording of the syllabi probably need some attention. So next slide. This gives you just a little window into the individual institutional reports. And I wanted to show you this so you would see the granular level at which we have tried to provide your faculty with to understand, to step back from their courses and see exactly what they're teaching. This is as close to a time study as we can do, using primarily the course outlines, which is why we really feel like the course outlines should tell the candidate really what's happening. It's where the rubber meets the road. Now, we know there's sometimes what's written on paper doesn't happen in courses, and that's why we included these observations of courses. But again, it was one course on one one day, it's only a snapshot. And so we tried to piece it together as much as we could, a corroboration of, is what's on this paper that says you're covering this in the second week of October, is it really what you're teaching, and how are you teaching it? So these pie charts tell them, in a given course, the one on the left tells them how much time in a 9-week course is being, how much they're addressing each of these components of reading. We don't expect to see all components addressed in a particular course. For example, if this is a course on early phonics and phonetic awareness, we wouldn't expect to see a lot of attention being paid to comprehension and vocabulary necessarily. And so we don't. So you need to know what you're looking at when you look at these pie charts. It's not. You need to look at the course description and say, this is what they say they're teaching. Now let's see how much of it is they're really teaching. It includes that gray section is the field experience, and we included that because that clearly ways candidates are learning to teach reading. The bottom chart, pie chart, does not add up to 100%, but what it's telling you is when they're teaching vocabulary, for example, how much are they just teaching the background knowledge of that vocabulary, why vocabulary is important to reading, for example? How much are they showing candidates how to teach vocabulary? And how much time are they spending teaching candidates how to assess vocabulary? So those are the things that teachers need to know, not just why we're teaching it, which is the content knowledge, but how to teach it and how to assess it. So that's the purpose of the second pie chart. The pie chart on the right is an alignment of assignments. So in this particular course, there were 8 or 9 assignments. We took each assignment and put it up against the science of reading and tried to quantify it as best we could based on what materials they were given. So that's the purpose of that. So you can look and see, this looks like a pretty good, they're touching all of the, most of the elements. This looks to be more skewed towards, they do a lot of science of reading. That turquoise bar is where they're talking about the science of reading. That dark navy is the early orthographic, which I said earlier doesn't always get good attention. So they're clearly doing some good work here. There's no red segment here, so we know that everything they're doing on these two, and these happen to be 2 different institutions, but and 2 different courses, obviously. So, but there's no red, so they're not doing anything that's not evidence-based. You want to see some pie charts and bar graphs that look like this. Next slide. So here are our big ideas, our big recommendations, and happy to entertain your questions after this. I think this is the last slide. We think you ought to standardize the pre-service curricula as much as you can. In Mississippi, we have on the books right now 15 hours of required reading. We're about to actually change that to 12 because we're really going to tighten up what we do in those 12. Of those 12 courses, 6 of those hours are required to cover the waterfront in terms of the 5 components of reading. We started those courses in 2005 after we did our first study of what was happening in teacher prep. One of the findings from the first study way back in 2003 was that we weren't even teaching all 5 components of reading. And so we went to the State Department and said, we really think you need to require programs to offer these 2 courses. We wrote the job description, the course descriptions, and mapped out the objectives. Now, we went back again in 2014 to see in fact what they were doing because we now have a 3rd grade law and we're retraining all the teachers. And there was a lot we learned about what didn't happen between 2005 and 2014. So you do need to monitor what happens once you require certain curricula. You may get some pushback like we will from faculty and deans about this, but here's what I have to say about that. In elementary school, we have these curricula, and in between the kindergarten and 3rd grade, there's certain curriculum we weren't trying to accomplish before they move on to 4th grade. There is a way to teach reading. We know how to do it. There are ways to assess reading. We know how to do that, and those are the skills candidates need. It's like any good medical student needs to come out knowing how to do sutures, and has demonstrated and practiced suturing before they hit the ground. And we feel that way about reading. And so I think there's some very standardized things that we can do to accelerate how fast kids learn to decode we can move on and do some of the other really fun stuff that education's all about. Not that phonics can be fun. I do want to underscore that, but I do think there's just so much we know about how to do it, get it done, and do it right, and do it great everywhere, required everywhere. The second is to, I think, require to the extent that you can, professional growth model for faculty. What we've done in Mississippi is similar to what we've done with K-3, which is to provide a high-quality professional development, all the same kind. We too use letters, and it has proved to be very helpful. We have now trained all of our faculty. We're working in a second cohort of faculty in the science of reading. We have pulled together a faculty-only cohort, so they learn together. They are trained by Antonio Fierro, who is our staff member, who is a National Letters trainer and also a professor of ed. And so he is a colleague, he's well received by our faculty, and they all learn together, and he does coaching and modeling and instruction. He goes out into their classrooms and visits them on campus to demonstrate what it looks like to deliver it to a pre-service candidate. So this is a strong recommendation I make. I said to the deans last week, see faculty knowledge as the bottom of this food chain. Everything else relies on it. And to the extent that the faculty can lead this parade, we need them to. Because if their knowledge is not deep enough, their syllabi won't reflect that, their instruction won't reflect that, the kind of assignments they're designing won't reflect that. So a lot hinges on that, so you're well advised to invest in faculty knowledge. The third one is a seamless system, which really we need to stop thinking about graduating with a certificate, a license, and moving out to begin teaching. We need a seamless system so that the mentoring and practice that teachers get begins early, it continues through their internship and into their first year of teaching. It brings all of the players who are involved in that, including the mentor teachers, into some common training. They need to have the same language that everybody else has to and the same experience. It's going to improve their instruction, but it's also going to improve the experience of these candidates. And the last one is to give some attention to these smaller programs. There's some strength coming out of these smaller programs, and one advantage of the smaller program that may only have one faculty. The downside is it's only get one faculty's perspective. But if they're teaching the science of reading, it can help make things quickly aligned because it's the same faculty teaching all of those courses, and so they're more assured of getting the same message. We just want to make sure they're getting the right message. And it may be that you want to bring some of those smaller institutions together. One of the things that I would recommend is that I don't think there's a lot of competition across institutions. There should be relative to teaching reading, and you need to share resources across the state. You got some great programs that have good syllabi, that have good assignment templates. You need to put it in one big bucket and let everybody dip from it. And that would benefit those smaller programs. So that's I think there are no more slides. Bonnie, tell me if there are. I'm happy to entertain your questions. This has been a really fulfilling project for us. I have to tell you, these experts all across the country have had a good taste of Alabama. We've enjoyed getting to know your faculty. We hope we've built some relationships that will long live after this, that they will look back and connect with these experts and bring them in and have them work shoulder to shoulder as you all continue to get this job done. I want to end by saying I applaud you for doing this. I wish every state would do this. I don't have the bandwidth to do it in every state, but I was happy to do it for my neighboring state. And I think you are a model for others. People need to be transparent about this. They need to roll up their sleeves and look under the hood. We can't fix if we don't know what's broken, and we shouldn't fix things that aren't broken. But until we know, and you now know, you're in a good position. So good for you, Alabama, and ready to take your questions.
So let me, Dr. Butler, as we get ready for questions, let me explain to y'all. We had a little miscommunication, but I'm sorry for that. What we did last week, when Dr. Butler, we had a longer presentation with the deans and our ARI staff.
Ms. Martin, Dr. Davis, myself. We had agreed we would let her get through her slides and then hand out the reports so that the deans and our staff wouldn't be all flipping through the reports during the slides. So that's the way we had planned it today. But Dr. Butler, that's a complete miscommunication. I take full responsibility. I think she thought y'all were going to have the reports ahead. So Ms. Martin has the reports now. We're going to hand those out to y'all. The big, long reports. We also, they made a copy, went ahead and made a copy of her slides in addition. Dr. Manson. And now, Dr. Butler, we understood that you had somewhere else you had to go. I know you're at a conference. Do you have some time for questions, or what do you?
I have just a few, honestly, but let me offer this. I'm happy to come back and meet with you all in person. I'm happy to devote the whole afternoon to answering questions because I do want to do justice to this. But it just collided with our staff retreat, and so I really don't have time a lot for questions today. I'd be happy to entertain a couple, but I do really need to go. So you tell me what.
So what I'm hearing here from Dr. Richardson, our Vice President, is we'll let you go to your staff retreat, let our folks digest this, and we do want to have you back either virtually or in person in the next couple of months to do a deeper dive into it. I have, as I shared with you before, I know we just had a few minutes to talk, but we want to follow up with you too. We want to take these 4 big ideas. Some of those I think would probably, we want to make some recommendations for actual code changes that would strengthen our support and expectations under college faculty for science of reading. So I think that'll take some time. I mean, obviously we need to have this discussion, propose what those codes would be. I'm sure the deans and others will want to have input. We want, and the piece about having seamless entry into the field is something we've talked about. Dr. Butler, Bonnie Short has talked about that, and others folks here, that the language, the descriptors, the terms that they're hearing in their college program needs to be very similar to what they're hearing from our trained reading coaches. And of course, we've bought into letters really big. We're requiring all of our reading coaches to be trained in letters, have been trained. We don't want people coming out of institutions with a completely different set of vocabulary. They may both understand it, but it's like, Spanish and French. They may not understand each other. So we want to really work hard. We are working in that 3, designing a seamless system, but we want to continue to push that forward, I think. And then this idea, Dr. Butler, before I let you go, you have how many institutions in Mississippi that prepare teachers? Many fewer than we do, I think.
We do. We have 14 now.
And we have 25. We had 26, but lost Judson. So we also have many more students, almost twice as many students, I think, about 40% more students in Mississippi. So it's that's part of that, but it also means we have more institutions we're continually working with. And so we want to make sure that we do push that number for equity across our institutions and expectations for all of them. So, Dr. Richardson,
yes.
I know she needs to get back to her folks.
Right.
What do you like? What's your pleasure? You want to just let her go?
Yes, let her go, and we'll ask her to come back at another time.
Okay, Dr. Butler. Thank you.
I look forward to it. Y'all have a good meeting, and thank you so much again for this opportunity. The Barksdale Reading Institute really appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, talk soon.
All right, thank you. Okay. All right, we will recess until 2:30. Thank you.
I think lunch is ready. Been ready.
Yeah, I'm sure.
That's why,
We actually gained 300 people. Not every district gains, like you say, like statewide, we gained 300. We gained students.
Now, 2:30, we will now,
I'm not putting lipstick on, I don't care.
no, you're not, we convene for our work session, Dr. Mackey, Alabama Courses of Study Standards and State Textbook Adoption Cycle.
Okay, you see, this is, yeah, if you'll take your, this long sheet that's folded in there, it just, it goes with what we said last month, what we took your request to move social studies up. Science, remember, CTE, going on already. Science, because we prepare so many months ahead of time, so they're already working on getting science together for 23, 24, and that will be, remember, you like they'll start, so you'll be approving that committee in the next coming few months. They're already working on getting committee members. This work goes on year round. But we moved social studies up, as you requested, to 24, 25. Again, as I've told you, I will say it one more time, but the problem with that for us is that it's the same very small staff, and so they're going to have to do 2 core back to back. We're going to do it, so don't worry about that, but be aware that may, we may have a month overlap or something like that in there. We're still looking for.
Do you have the capacity to contract with people if you're short because of our demands?
We can contract with retirees. If we can find retirees, we can do that. We are looking for a social studies specialist now because ours, Nettie, retired at the end of March. And so that job, we're looking for somebody currently. But we'll have somebody well in time of this, obviously. But anyway, as you asked, we were going to do science next year, social studies the year after, and then we moved up digital literacy and computer science. And then the rest of it moves on down through there, as you can see.
That's good.
So,
Thank you.
So
we needed, thank you.
So that's a pre-curriculum, right?
Yes.
Good, good.
Science spotlight.
The science of reading spotlight schools. So Bonnie has that. That is, of course, what we did this morning, what she did.
Anything else?
Bonnie, what do you have for them on that?
Some handouts for you.
Just some handouts to look at. And then what I would suggest, certainly if you've got any questions, we'll answer them, but she did such a good job in the meeting this morning explaining the process. I would encourage y'all to visit those schools, maybe send them a note or a text or something to those superintendents, because they didn't know until this morning when you knew. Dr. McCarty, I know the folks in Coleman are going to be thrilled because they're going to be a district.
For this.
Yes.
So this is great.
I need to go to 5 now that I'm elected.
Oh, it's in the back, there it is.
Thank you.
Yeah,
me.
Everybody got 2.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So, I will take us to electronic portfolios for board packets. I think Dr. Reynolds wanted to say something on
Ms.
that.
West is in charge of that.
Yes.
What are we talking
So we are talking about,
Echo, E.
I requested a couple of years ago, before COVID, and I think we just had so many things on our plate, but many of our local school districts use Assembly as their platform for all of their board meetings and their materials. And I had experience
going from paper to assembly as a local school board member, and it just made all the difference in the world for me. And quite frankly, I'm drowning in paperwork and papers, and so I would like for the board to consider moving to that platform. I think it would be it would make us more effective and impactful. And what's so great is you can search by subject. You can add sticky notes to yourself about asking questions. And so I just asked Dr. Mackey if we could please consider.
And I think AASB uses that as well.
And it's wonderful.
It is, yeah, I learned about that during that.
I will tell you this, I have to bring an SUV in order to take all the paper stuff. And gasoline is expensive, but
Well, cutting down the trees.
those cartridges are even more expensive. And from what I talked to Ms. West, and she's absolutely correct, I don't go to any school board meeting in my area that they don't set out and poor Ms. Thorrington, bless her heart, she has to tote stuff that weighs a ton. And I watch her and I thought, that's not helpful. And somebody I know took all their books home for months and had to bring them all back.
Well, I told you that in secret.
Wait a minute, I understand confidentiality, but feeling guilty is not my fault. But the other way to do that is things that we've had today, a jump drive into the computer would work just fine. So all the things that I just get in paper and have to give back to Nora, you could have it, download it online, and then things that are new, like you just gave me, put a jump drive in, and it solves it all the problem. And I hope that, I know our salary's so high at $18,000 a year. Good luck, Ms. Manning, you spend more on the campaign than you get paid in a year. But that we, huh?
In 4 years.
Yeah.
Spent more than I get paid in 4 years.
Then we can have a computer for each of us.
Or an iPad. iPad?
I want a mini computer.
We'll get a device.
I want a mini computer.
I got one when I first came here. It was already a few years old. But
the mini computer is the size of an iPad, but it has more capacity. And it has more ability to put a jump drive in. Some iPads are more expensive than a mini computer. You think you want an iPad, but
well, I'll do whatever y'all. I mean, I just toss that out.
but most of the places I go have a small computer. It's just,
Well, should our IT people give us the best advice?
And security. So here's what we can do. We will, before next month, let me look and see. There are a couple of things. There's assembly. We might be required under state procurement, though, to do an RFP, because there are others. There's another one called Director Point, which is what RSA uses. Now, assembly's great. There's nothing against assembly, but we may be required to do an RFP. Let me look at that and see. We may not. We actually already looked into this just a little bit because Ms. West mentioned it, and others of you, by the way, have mentioned it too. I know you're interested in it. So there may be a way we can buy it without having to go through the RFP process, but we'll, if everybody's in agreement, we'll just move that direction. Sure. We will get you a device. That's not a problem to get you a device to upload it on. And if you've not used the eBoard, or Assembly Now or Director Point, the good thing for us is that when we make a change, Ms. Nora makes a change, the change is automatic for everybody.
Yes.
Whereas now, as you know, I mean, it happens when things change, and then she has to re-email, and then sometimes y'all will call and say, well, no, wait a minute, I'm looking at the email that came on Wednesday. Well, no, we sent you another one on Friday morning to update, and so it would just be automatic. It would be
a lot easier.
It'll be a lot easier.
That's fine.
So we will, if I see, I'm seeing heads nodding, so what I'm doing is taking that as a charge to move forward.
I'll move forward, but with the caveat that every once in a while we might get something that you have to scroll and look, and if it is something so tedious, it might be nice to have a print.
Absolutely.
hard copy, but just every once in a while.
I agree. I'm still, just to use an example with the RSA board, we don't use Assembly, we use Director Point, but it's the Assembly, we can use it. Most of the people want a hard copy when they come to the meeting anyway, and so they print a copy for that day, but you're not taking them back and forth. I'm not saying we would have to do that, but yeah, anything we wanted to print, we still could.
It does have spreadsheet capabilities and other
it does,
things,
yes,
and
sir.
Word and whatever.
Yeah, it's very easy and intuitive to use, and we would, of course, Nora would be trained, and what we might do then is come back, as soon as we got it, we could do a training. I know Assembly does great training.
They do.
So anyway, we'll move on that fast then. We'll have and if we don't have to go through the RFP process, it can be purchased quickly. I just don't know for sure if we have to or not.
Oh, great. Okay, moving forward, that's great.
Okay.
Sounds great.
So, I could pass you something in this orange folder. This is not all-inclusive, but it's just a bit on school safety, kind of some things that are going on right at the moment. Yeah, if you will. You may know on the. Oh, did you want me not to do the school safety part now?
We just thought, if you don't mind, that
To the
school
end.
safety is going to be a.
Well, she was to try to do board questions. Do you have a line of questions?
Well, this is, you can hold on to this then,
To the end.
and I'm gonna go through it a little bit. This is just a piece of kind of some things that we've been talking about, so just hold on to it for a few minutes.
All right.
So you wanna go to more questions, or you want me to go down through
Just
the-
go down to all the
Okay.
resolutions here.
So, if you look at your resolutions, the first two are, one's extending approval for A&M, and one's authorizing review at Spring Hill. Now, we have 5 that we didn't vote on today, that we did last month. Remember how we had all those deans that came in? Because we were waiting till after the Barksdale report. Here's what I would tell you on that. Because at the time we didn't have it, but I talked to Dr. Butler. She said she does not recommend us withholding or closing any of our programs. But some of them do need to do some work to move forward. They all need to do some work, some more than others to move forward. So one of the things we are looking at, and of course all this has developed in the last couple of days, is we may put a section on there that says basically they're approved subject to their continuing to work toward fully incorporating the science of reading in their courses.
Not later than, I hope.
And
continuing is not good, not later than.
Has to have time.
It has to be, in my opinion, if we're gonna implement something, it has to be a deadline with an expectation.
I agree.
So it's contingent on compliance with X date. That's what I want.
I agree.
What's one of the few
I don't know what working on
authorities
it
that
means.
we have on the board that we do approve the colleges of education, and it says so in state law, and it's in our administrative code as well. And it's also, with the Literacy Act, we amended our administrative code to reflect that it has to have the 9 hours of science of reading and multisensory strategies and et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
And so I think it behooves us that we need to ensure that the programs that we approve meet those standards. I was telling some of them that just read in the paper the other day that, well, not on the paper, in the paper, read, probably AL.com, but that Arkansas, their legislature passed a law that it is now illegal to do the, what's it called? The 3 queuing system. It's illegal. And so the legislature in Arkansas got fed up with the board and said, okay, by golly, if they aren't gonna do it, we'll do it. And so I think, just to, in a spirit of good cooperation with the legislature, they passed the Literacy Act. We are to implement it.
So it's illegal for us not to comply with the legislature. If you want to use the
That's
term
right.
illegal,
And if we don't
comply,
stand
we're
for
illegal.
it, then they may become more strict and strident about what they allow our colleges to do. And so that's my contention here is I want to follow the law and I want to prepare our teachers to be the best darn teachers that they can be for our students. And so I want that information to know that we are approving sound programs and that they have implemented the law. And I like your suggestion, Dr. Reynolds, that and yours too, Dr. Mackey, that we do it, but it's contingent on that they are following the law within, but set some parameters, some targets, some dates. And that then we have we have to agree that we are gonna hold them accountable. And we have to follow up, and I don't know if we would hire Barksdale again to go in, or if we would do it internally. I would, love your recommendations on that, but we will have to see it through. We will have to make sure that, it disappointed me, some of those percentages.
63%.
That aren't using the appropriate textbooks, aren't teaching to fidelity the science of reading. And so I, can't help where they are right this minute, but I think it's up to us to make sure that they improve from where they are.
Absolutely.
The idea of working on it, I keep telling Hill I'm working on not talking, but I'm not doing a very good job. So working on this progress is not specific enough in the outcome-based program.
Do you have a plan to meet with them and express, to have additional follow-up meetings with the deans now that they have their reports?
Yeah, so right now we're in a, it's a review. It's a draft, so please remember, it is a draft, it is not a public document. You're not the public. So some of them are still there. Late yesterday, I was hearing from one of the deans, some things they contend, and they're not correct with the report. So we'll go through that with them for right now, and work through some of that language. And obviously, Dr. Butler had to do a shorter job today, but she went through with the deans last week a little more technical. So she showed, for instance, a passage from one textbook, or maybe a syllabus, and from another one, and compared them side by side. Example A was not incorrect. It is actually 100% aligned with the science of reading, but they called it inconsistent anyway because it was not as detailed as passage B. Well, some deans say, well, if it is correct, then we shouldn't get an inconsistent for that. So we've got to go through that period over the next few weeks. I think the more, and some of that will shake out, but the most salient point, as y'all see, and there are some of the programs that were not aligned. Some textbooks were completely should not be used to teach reading. That's right. So I want us to probably go after those lowest bar first. One of the most, difficult things, we've all dealt with this, we don't want, people can adjust their syllabus, and their syllabus can look great.
That's right.
But when we got to get into that next level, what is, actually going on. So we've talked with her about that too. Barksdale's actually a pretty small institute, and I think that this is the biggest single project they have ever undertaken, this contract with us, and so we would like to keep them, but they had to bring on extra contractors from all around the country to do the project. So we're going to have, I would love to keep working with them, but we may find for long-term sustainability it's better to build something in-state. So we're talking about that too, using either some retired faculty or of our like retired reading specialists. So I think we're going to have to, that next piece of the accountability piece is going to take some more time. But we're committed to it. I have not, and it'll be good to know, I know y'all have lots of relationships with deans in your areas and talk with them, but I've not had anybody yet who said, we're throwing this out, we are not going to comply. They want to comply, but they do. And of course, that's always, you don't want somebody who says, I'm just not going to try to cooperate. I think they do want to. And I think that they are moving, some of them are They're really, this is lighting a fire under people to make a lot of changes really fast. So, yeah, we'll come back and look at those. These two programs too, the ones here before you, one of them is to start a review, so that's different. But one of these is also for approval of, I think, an early childhood program. So I'm gonna put it in that group with those others to come back and figure out what language we want to put in the resolution.
When Dr. Mackey, you know how we did the spotlight schools, and Bonnie did such a good job of showing those, and they will serve as models and do PD. Remember, she said that there were some schools that were just stars that were doing just an amazing job. Could we not use those? And again, don't know who they are, but could we not use those maybe to help those, like you said, that are in that bottom 16% that are, not aligned, and maybe have model college programs?
Absolutely.
And the idea of the textbook is not the problem we have of adoption. The students buy them every year. And I know that I had professors that never had yellowed notes because they copied them again so they wouldn't be yellowed, but perhaps even the professors can redo their notes in their syllabi. Shouldn't take long if you really care about it.
Well, it's not fair to our students, and it's not fair to our teachers if they're coming out and going into a classroom and they don't know how to teach decoding.
Right.
I mean, that's got to be.
Well, and the foundations of reading tests should.
Yeah, the foundations of reading test that y'all adopted that this fall we'll move to it's much more, it's deeply aligned with the science of reading, and so they'll have to adjust some programs to get students prepared for that.
Okay.
So yes, so those resolutions, just to know they're coming back. Now know this too, we have sent a letter, or in the process of sending a letter to those deans, that not to quit enrolling students in their programs. For goodness sakes, no, we don't want programs to not have students in them through this summer. So they're going to continue to enroll people. They're in a kind of a gray area while we work out exactly the wording on what we're going to expect in the timeline and all that. So no, that'll come back next month. Okay. So that's 4 and 5. The presidential scholars, these are the young men and women that I mentioned at the end. It came out the morning of the last board meeting, and I just said, hey, we'll come with the resolution. So it's hard to get students to come in the summer, but we've got the resolutions here. We'll see. We run into this with presidential scholars every year. They're to be honored in July. None of them can ever come in July, so we'll see about that. But you have the list of them. The 2 Milken educators, I know Dr. Reynolds was with me at Discovery Middle School for the one up there. These have already been announced. They've gotten their $25,000 reward, but now we're just doing a resolution to honor them from the board. And then 9 through 13, these are administrative rules. I can go through all of them. These are code updates. Some do with new laws and some don't. The first one, if you'll look, I'm just going to, if you'll quickly let me just look at each one of these. Number 9, you'll see that we've deleted a piece of a sentence. This is under 9 that says with a total fleet size of less than 150 buses. So currently, if you have fewer than 150 buses, you can count your shop manager, bus shop foreman, as a mechanic to meet the requirements. But if you have more than 150, you cannot. The folks who have more than 150 have asked for parity. And so we've deleted that line, which would mean that will count for, that rule would count for every school district.
That makes sense.
That'll be big for,
huge.
Okay, 10. This is every year we have to adopt, part of the foundation program law is you have to adopt rules for the distribution of foundation program funds consistent with the most recently passed budget. There are very few changes. Mostly it's the changing from FY 2022 to 23, but you'll see on page 15, that's your second page, because, and under item V22, because of the new salary matrix, it changed from experience shall be considered in 3-year increments up to 30 years. Now it says experience should be considered in 3-year increments up to 9 years and 1-year increments up to 35 years. So you see it's just complying the next page of the current units line, kind of about a third of the way down. The legislature amended that law, and so it's no longer relevant. So it just is, I mean, I won't go through all of them, but this just updates the apportionment of funds to make us in compliance with the foundation program law. 11, so this deals with, this is a little more involved, but dealing with the law that passed that included a section, I think on the restrooms. And so you see there, we would propose adding into this section, an individual or group of individuals providing classroom instruction to students in kindergarten through 5th grade at a public K-12 school shall not engage in classroom discussion or provide classroom instruction regarding sexual orientation or gender identity in a manner that is not age appropriate or developmentally appropriate for students in accordance with state standards. And that, by the way, is just, we're taking that from the Act. In determining age or developmental appropriateness, local education agencies may consider, but not be limited to, the Alabama Core Teaching Standards, which is a rule, or any derivation thereof, and the Alabama Educator Code of Ethics. So the part we added allows LEAs to say, we're determining what is age and developmentally appropriate, and that is a part of, we're holding you subject to the Teacher Code of Ethics on that. And then that allows us, if a district says that a teacher's violated the Code of Ethics, they're required to turn them into us for an investigation. Doesn't mean they'll lose their teaching certificate, but they could. They could be reprimanded. They could have to go through a PD course. But it allows the LEA to make that determination if they believe that their teacher has done something that was developmentally inappropriate. And then they can turn them over to us. And that's what the next section says, violation of subdivision which results in an LEA employee who holds an Alabama certificate or license being terminated. So if they terminate the employee, they non-renew them, the employee resigns in place of termination, or they're placed on administrative leave or receive any other disciplinary action. So that mimics what we already do with other sections of the law. Then they report that to the State Superintendent of Education in accordance with the provisions of the rule and other law pertaining to revocation, suspension, or unsuitability determinations. So it simply takes that new section of the law that the legislature passed and said, this will now be tied to the Teacher Code of Ethics if a teacher violates it. And that's how we'll deal with it. Because the law said we had to have a reaction, like we had to put in place, the board had to put in place a way to enforce the rule, and there it is. Okay?
So we're going to adopt this, and then after if we approve this in July, then we'll have public open hearings or public comments.
For 45 days.
Will the board, since some of this will be interesting to some people, will we actually conduct a public hearing, or how will we function on that if people really want to meet? What are your plans, Dr. Matthews?
So the way that our rules work is it'll be announced next month.
Right.
People have an opportunity on the day the rule is announced to sign up to speak if they want to in the public hearing section at the board meeting. And then they will have another opportunity 2 months later when it is up for a vote. During the public hearing period, they can come and sign up to speak because it will be an item on the agenda.
So they can come in July, August, or September?
They can come in July or September. They can only come in the month that it appears on the agenda. So that's the month that's announced, and then the month that comes up for a vote. So they have 2 opportunities. But it won't be on the agenda in August. And they can submit, obviously people can submit written comments or anything too.
That'll be interesting.
So the next one, 12, deals with alternative teacher preparation organizations. Again, there was a bill passed, that on alternative teaching, basically. We had to do a code on that. We already have it. These would be folks who are not colleges of ed that do preparation. Now, you know we have a pilot program right now with Teachers of Tomorrow taught out of Texas. They're the only ones, and it's only in very limited, it's not open to every subject area, but we've been running a pilot project with them. We have some students in it. I can't tell you how much. Dr. Peacock probably knows how many students. It's not a lot, but it's been a positive experience. We've learned from it. They've learned from it. They still have to pass the Praxis. They still have to meet our standards. Talk to superintendents. Some of them say, I'd rather have somebody that goes to an Alabama college, which is fine. We're not saying you can only say, I'm only going to hire people who go through an Alabama college program. But this is an additional opportunity. The legislature moved, though, they had an act that said basically we're going to move beyond just a pilot and we want y'all to open it up to other outside agencies. So this is what this does. But the key is we have said in the proposed rules that these alternate programs that may be based in California or wherever have to meet the same criteria as our in-state colleges of education. Most of them that will scare off because they don't want to do that. We've been hearing from them, you may hear from them, they do not like this rule proposal. Many of them don't, because they feel like they should not have to meet the same criteria as our colleges. But it goes back to the discussion we just had. Like if we really want to hold our colleges feet to the fire about getting teachers ready to teach reading, why would we let an alternate program from California and say, but you don't have to do that. So we don't want to create a loophole. I'm all about opportunities, creating more opportunities, but they need to have the same rigorous standards as what we have higher standards for our colleges of ed than many states do, and we don't want to let other people through a loophole. So just know that's out there, but no, you may hear from people who don't like it, and that's fine. And y'all may come back and say, we want to make it easier on these alternate programs. Don't confuse that with an alternative teaching certificate. It's an alternate program, which means it's not a traditional college of education or a university, but that's not necessarily the same as our alternative teaching certificate. And
so they'll be allowed up to talk in July and then in September as well, right?
They would be allowed, yes sir, to talk in July and September as well. Okay. And then the mental health services coordinator, there's one more. This also deals with a change to the law. As you know, we've had mental health services coordinators. There's Dr. Warfield in the back, so she can also answer questions when I mess this up. But we've had them in the budget. We have 114 or 15 this year. We have more money next year, so every district can get one. But this year, we have some changes in here. And so one of the things was about counseling. You may have to help me, Jessica, you may have to help me point out if there's a line. But it said they put some language in another law about our mental health services coordinators basically not enrolling students in an ongoing counseling program unless the parents opted in.
It's 5B.
Yeah, so
very bottom of the page.
Very bottom of the page. So purposes of this section, mental health services include services, treatments, surveys, assessments related to mental health or ongoing school counseling services shall not be included in those school counseling services which are split into domains not requiring mental health therapist or other mental health therapeutic license. I think I mentioned y'all from several months ago. So what we don't want to do is if you've got, like my elementary school counselors when I was a principal, I had 2 great ones, and they would go in and do lessons on personal hygiene, brushing your teeth, those kind of things. We don't want those to become confused with ongoing therapeutic services.
Correct.
You don't have to opt into how to brush your teeth, but you do have to opt into ongoing therapeutic services, and that's what this says. you can't, we're not gonna sign a child up for these ongoing counseling therapeutic services without the parents opting in. So it won't be an opt-out, like everybody's in unless you opt out. You have to opt in to those things. But our counselors don't have to worry about, can I still teach kids how to brush their teeth? Yes. you
And
can do
scrubbing
that.
feet.
Yes, so we think, we've been working, we got great counselor folks here, we think this clarifies it. It's in complete compliance with what the legislature passed, but it also, our counselors that you may have gotten calls from who are a little concerned, it makes it clear that they can continue to do the programs they do.
Dr. Mackey,
Yes, sir.
how do you differentiate this for what is out in the generic term as social emotional learning? SEL.
From this?
Yes.
Sir?
Because that's one thing that we will be dealt with, that I've already dealt with.
Yes. Well,
people don't understand, it's kind of like some of the things, they use the term SEL, social emotional learning, and I told them that's what school counselors have done for years. And involving DHR and other factors. So I think we have to look to you and your staff to help us answer those persons who identify with this thing called social emotional learning. I saw Dr. McCarty shake her hand. You know what I'm saying, and I'm just making up stuff.
No, I
So
think you're
we
right.
can
So
make
people
up
get
stuff.
confused.
They
So
do.
it's sometimes good to have clarity.
So in this case, if people were getting ongoing therapeutic services, the parents are having to opt in. So I don't think, parents who opt their child into the service aren't gonna complain. If other parents, and this could be an issue, other parents could say, well, I don't want Miss Ziegler's child to have that service.
I don't want
But
my
in
tax money
me,
spent for
that's,
visitors.
yeah, if it's a service that helps children, a counselor or a therapist is providing, and the parent opts in, I don't know how to, I just think myself as a principal again, I would talk to that other parent and say, look, I'm gonna talk to that parent about their child, I talk to you about your child. Social emotional learning that's a topic that's hard to define. It is traditionally, if you look at the topics, when we talk about social emotional learning, you're talking about things like self-discipline, self-regulation, high self-esteem. They're really the same things 30 years ago we used to call character ed and character development. You're right, they've been in school counseling programs forever. But the word, in my opinion, social emotional learning, it's been co-opted by some groups to incorporate some things that are not traditional, that we don't necessarily agree with, but we get some complaints, not a lot, I don't get a lot, I don't know about others. We get some complaints about, so-and-so school is offering social emotional learning. Well, let's look at what they're doing, because if it's inappropriate, developmentally inappropriate, it's inappropriate. We deal with that. But the cases I've seen, I'm going to say that every one I've looked at, they were not inappropriate.
To clarify, I had a school that got an award for social emotional learning.
Yes.
And the folks in that school district went expressing concerns. I guard my words, I say, but and I talked to you about it, and we know what they're teaching, but the title social emotional learning caused reactions. So we have to clarify in adoption of this what it really is not just what it is.
Right.
And I don't know what social emotional learning is, frankly, so when I have people accuse me of doing teaching it, but.
Well, I think this will help our school counselors, both our counselors and our mental health therapists, very comfortable with this language. And it protects them, and it also protects families to make sure that their children are not opted into therapeutic services that they didn't want, which we, of course, don't want. Dr. Warfield, did I butcher that a lot? Do you have some other things you've got? She's got the knowledge.
You did a great job.
And she does a super job.
You did a great job.
Working with these mental health services coordinators. I don't know of any program we rolled out, Mr. Rollers, I see him there now too. I swear, I don't know of any program we've ever rolled out that I get more positive feedback from people in schools, parents, legislators. Because when somebody's when they're in a crisis, and that mental health services coordinator there is to help their family sometimes find a place to stay at night because they've been kicked out of their apartment, or to find them a therapist, not to force them into it, but they're usually, it's families looking for help, and this coordinator is there helping them find services.
I agree with you.
So that gets us through to item 14, the Charter School Commission nominations, which may take longer. I have been asked by a couple of you about if we could just not vote on this in July and take some more time. And I'm fine with that. It's your pleasure. I will tell you one of these at least, I can't remember which one, has been held for a little while. Could have brought it to you last month, but it was such a long, last month was a long agenda. And I said, let's just wait and bring them both together. But there are 2 seats on the Charter Commission open. They're not actually open, there's somebody serving there, but one appointed by the Speaker and one by the Pro Tem. The one that the Pro Tem is offering nominations on, these are 2, well, I may be wrong with that. I wanted to say there are 2 new nominations, but one of them may be in service actually. But the other one, the one offered by the Speaker, one of them is the incumbent and the other one is obviously not the incumbent. But these are, I will do it at the pleasure of the board. If you'd like a little more time, and we'll not put it on the voting agenda for July, we'll be glad to do that. But just let me know what your pleasure. You don't have to say about these people, these nominees, but it's your pleasure to push it off for another month.
I have some questions, so I'm one of the people asking that this be pushed off because I have some questions. So, and I do not expect answers to these questions today, but I'd like to formally ask my questions for the record so that I can be more informed. In the past, I have called the nominees and discussed why they're asking to serve, why is your name before us, but I think there are some bigger overarching questions. So I requested the law, and I thank Mr. Swan for sending the law and allowing me to go through it. And so there is a number 4 in the law in the beginning section of 16.6F6. And this section says at the conclusion of the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2020, the department shall submit a report to the legislature outlining the performance of both startup and conversion public schools. This report shall include at a minimum academic performance of all public charter schools in the state, a detailed update in the authorizing process, and recommendations for adjustment to public charter school governance and oversight. So my first question is, was this report submitted to the legislature, and may we have a copy? The next section is dealing with the commission itself as an independent entity, and membership of the commission shall be inclusive and reflective of racial, gender, geographic, urban, rural, and economic diversity of the state. The appointing authority shall consider the 8 states Board of Education districts in determining the geographical diversity of the commission. So my next question is this the case of the current makeup of the board or of the commission? Section 11, A through G, outlines specifically how the board is to review and adopt rules, convene stakeholder groups, seek and receive private funds, federal and state funds. And so my question is, and this is to be in report form, and was this report submitted, and may this board have a copy of that report?
When you say the board, is that us as a board or the commission? When you say
It's the commission, this outlines how the commission is to do its work.
Okay, so that's.
But it states clearly in here, review at least once per year the department rules and regulations concerning public charter schools. If needed, recommend to the State Board of Education any rule or regulation changes. And so I don't believe that I've ever received a report from the commission outlining these specific A through G. Then item 6 under the same section of the law, monitor the academic, fiscal, and organizational performance and compliance of state charter schools, state public charter schools. So I would like a copy, if I may, or tell me where I can find the minutes for the Charter School Commission in consideration of the academic performance of all charter schools. I believe in order to vote on any currently serving member as an incumbent and return that person to the job, I need to know that they have followed the law under the commission as it is written by the legislature and passed. So may we have those minutes outlining the due diligence of their voting record on academic performance and also on contracts. It clearly states in the law that that all of this is to be a matter of public record and access, so I'd like to know how I can access that and how people in District 2 and other districts, I'm sure, would like to have this information. Item I, an employee, agent, or representative of an authorizer may not simultaneously serve as an employee, agent, representative, vendor, or contractor of a public charter school of that authorizer. So my question is, do we have any representation by any person serving in a dual role? If so, I'd like a formal opinion from our attorney or the Attorney General's office as to the legal ramifications of violating this portion of the law. The next section, 4, 5, and 6 in the law deals with oversight of services and authorizer functions. And I would like to know, and all use of taxpayer dollars, including expenditures, contracts, and revenue. Does the State Board, my question, does the State Board of Education have access to the reports of taxpayer dollars, expenditures, contracts, and revenues? And if so, direct me in how I can find that information. Let's see, I have one more question, and I appreciate everyone's patience. All authorizers shall, this is the next section in the law. I don't have the subsection here, but it's the first of this next section. Authorizers shall be required to develop, maintain chartering policies and practices consistent with nationally recognized principles and standards for quality charter authorizing in all major areas of authorizing responsibility, including organizational capacity, infrastructure, soliciting and evaluating charter applications, performance and contracting, ongoing public charter school oversight and evaluation, and renewal decision-making. The State Board of Education shall promulgate reasonable rules and regulations to effectuate this section by June 17, 2015. And so I don't believe I've seen those rules and regulations presented to the board since I've been here. So may I please, I request in writing the rules and regulations by which we operate in our oversight capacity. Because in reading the law, and I've read it several times now, the State Board of Education comes in and out of the law. And I believe there's some inconsistencies. So before I can vote on these nominations, I really need to see the performance of the Charter School Commission. Then I will be happy to hand my questions over.
And I would say, when some of those information data, I've communicated, I think, to Dr. Mackey and Mr. Swan, that I want to know what the administrative salaries are, particularly. And in some cases, they have an administrator and a principal that are paid significantly amounts of money. And the issue of the charter school operations was a significant issue statewide. And it's an issue that I talked with the speaker about. The speaker lives in my district. And he proposed 2 nominations. And I called him, and he said, well, Dr. Mills, I didn't think about talking to you. I said, we only live 8 miles apart. And he said, what he would like is some guidance from us, which I think the one thing I know Tracy West is actually providing, we will provide those answers to him about what we look at in him preparing nominations. And I haven't talked to Senator Reed, but I note that, not critical, but he has 2 nominees that are from Pike Road, which is a pretty big state with 2 small areas. And I don't have any concern right now. I don't want to discuss any nominees. But I do want to not take this matter up next meeting. I think that given the political environment and our responsibilities to comply with the law, which is our responsibility, I came on the board at the same time with Ms. West, and things were going on in Washington County, and things have gone on in other places. And I remember one board member consistently saying, I don't know enough to make these votes. And she was right, given these questions. And I admire the diligence of my colleague, Tracy, for doing what I guess I should have done, but she did a great job, and I knew she was doing it. And I'd like to have, if we could, have a copy of those questions. Would you be offended if we have copies? Because I don't expect you to pay to have them done. I would like.
And Tracy, I just want to say thank you, because at the retreat in January, that was supposed to be one of our topics. We were going to ask Dr. Mackey to give us an update on the Charter School Commission, our role, responsibilities, and we didn't have enough time. So thank you for going on and getting that, and we still will get the responses we need. So thank you so much.
I'd like a copy of the question answers or promulgating those questions, because if you give me the questions I've already added the idea of what the administrative salaries are for each school.
Right.
Because the budget, as I understand it, Dr. Mackey, the budget for the charter schools are part of our budget that we propose to the legislature, correct?
That's right. They participate in the foundation program just like any other LEA.
But the charter schools, at least one candidate kept showing a line item of $2 million to charter schools. And I just know that somehow that's in our budget. So we'll have that explanation in response to the questions that I'm putting forth. I want to know how we follow that funding cycle, because we're about to go into that funding cycle with the legislature in a new quadrennium, which will be very different. The next quadrennium is going to be very different in our relationship, I assure you, with the legislature.
And I'm most concerned about the academic performance piece.
Absolutely.
Because we had asked about that they're supposed to do the same thing that our schools do as far as performance. And if we're overseeing that, because I think that was supposed to be our responsibility, wasn't it? Is it a part of us to know what they're doing, the testing and all of that? No?
Well, so as I think Ms. West said it perfectly, the board and the department are in and out of the charter school law.
Okay.
So for instance, with budget, they are by law and local education agency, each charter, and therefore they participate in the foundation program just like the Montgomery County schools, the Pike Road schools, or any schools. So they get an allocation following the exact same formula as any other LEA.
So are they responsible for our administrative code the same way?
Some parts of it, yes, and some parts of it, no.
How do we decide? How do they decide? Who
Well,
decides?
In the law, there's some things they are waived out of and some things they are not waived out of. So teacher certification is a perfect example. They are not, all the things we've talked about with teacher certification, they're not subject to any of that. They do not have to hire certified teachers. They do not have to participate in the teacher retirement system and insurance program if they don't want to.
But they can.
But the whole thing has to. They have to decide when they do their charter, whether they are in or out.
So we get a report on who is and who isn't.
So they are, I mean, that's all set up in the law. There are certain things they do not have to comply with, but the other things they do. So financial is one of them. They get the financial, I mean, they get a budget just like the rest of us do. They do not have to, county boards have to go through the public examiners. Some city boards have to go through the public examiners, but some do not. Charter schools do not have to go through public examiners. So you said it right. They're in and out of it. So,
but I want to know if they're different. Which one? I mean, but in a public school, where I was a city school superintendent twice, we were not subject to the state examiners, but we had to submit an audit periodically. And certainly they're subject to an audit requirement, even that they pay for themselves. Correct?
That's correct.
Nobody's not exempt from that.
Right.
So if there's an audit process, an oversight process, then those audit reports should be available for those, especially those that have been in existence for multiple years. Correct? If they're not, there should be part of the minimum program. There's not an exemption in the law for auditing that I read. Tell me if there is.
He said it's not. What about the achievement component? The students have to.
So they have to, this is a common misconception by some folks, not y'all, but, so they have to participate in the state testing program. So they have to participate in our assessment program. Their graduation requirements have to be the same as our graduation requirements, so they can't waive out of those things. But they also have a different accountability measure that is part of their charter, and it depends on what their charter is. What their charter says their accountability is. But for us, we roll them into our state report card. They get an A through F report, go just like everybody else. We manage that. For federal accountability, they must meet the same as all traditional public schools. And so we require them to do that. But they may have some additional things too, but we do not allow them to waive out testing. And some of them have asked, by the way, said, well, we don't want to be a part of that testing program. But we don't allow that.
Including the ACT?
Including the ACT, yes, sir. So we require them to be a part of our accountability system and report card. So,
do we examine their charters to see where we interject, where we have responsibilities for their charter to be consistent with the law?
No,
who does?
That's the commission's responsibility. Their charter is between them and the commission, or between them and the local school board. If the local school board is the authorizer, it's between the holder of the charter, which has to be an independent 501c3 board, and an authorizer. And the only authorizers under our charter law can either be local boards of education or the state charter commission.
Dr. Mackey, I have, it's the Charter School Commission, Athens City, Birmingham City, Elmore County, Greene County, Macon County, and Montgomery County are all authorized. So
And the Athens City never worked out because the superintendent's going to jail.
So we have 7 authorizers.
And Birmingham has.
And in the report that we will send y'all from November, it details out the academic performance on like grade 2, 3, that kind of thing, and it shows you what the charter schools percent was, the county in which they're located, and the overall state average. So you can look to see how they perform, and that's the most recent one we had.
Okay.
Thank you.
So,
yes,
yes, ma'am.
I have never felt comfortable when we did this voting with the two nominees, because I've never voted for someone that I actually knew. And I didn't know exactly what to do. I didn't know whether I was supposed to contact these people, to meet with these people. What I ended up doing was just seeing what district they lived in and asking one of y'all, what do you think about this person? But I just really didn't feel like I was doing a very good job there. So I need some clarification on what I, as an individual, am supposed to be doing. Do I contact the nominees? Do I contact the entity choosing the nominees? Do I try to have input on these nominees, or is that stepping over the line, or I'm a little
I don't know,
confused.
I don't know if I can answer those questions.
And
So-
how much
Yes, ma'am.
do I do? I've been doing pretty much nothing up until now, but I haven't felt good about it.
So the, I don't know what, let me tell you how we do, how it's been done. The law says that each of the appointing authorities, they make 2 nominations to the board. It's a very interesting way it's worded, because it says the board shall choose one of the 2.
Yeah,
So
you don't vote,
so we
yes or
have-
no.
It says at least 2. Incidentally, they can nominate more than 2, but it says at least 2, I believe.
And
Correct
so
me if I'm wrong.
we have,
I believe it does say at least.
so we, you know, I mean, you obviously cannot, you can vote your conscience, and you know, we've had some that none were approved, and we would go on. We asked for a resume from them, but the commission obviously doesn't vet them, because they're being appointed to the commission.
Right.
The only vetting is done by the appointing authority. So in this case, the pro tem or the speaker, and the governor and the lieutenant governor. And so our assumption is that they have done or had their staff to interview the people, to select the people and all that. We just collect the resumes. I do know some of them. In fact, of the 4 that are before you now, I know 3 of them. One I don't know at all, but I don't make a recommendation on them. Y'all know that. It comes from the appointing authority. I just pass them through.
Let me clarify a term you used. There's a nominating authority and there's an appointing authority. I believe you're referring to the nominating authority as the one, you're saying they're the appointing authority. The board is actually the appointing authority. Their nominating authority is specified to these groups, like, and at least in my conversation with the speaker, he said he's not appointing, he's nominating. So that's his perspective, and I assume Mr. Swan.
That's right. They make,
Am I
if
correct?
I use the wrong terminology, I
We are
apologize.
the appointing,
Yeah,
that's very clear though, I mean, it's important that we accept responsibility and acknowledge in your turn, we are the appointing authority. So we can't say, because my friend, the speaker, put these 2 names in, I have to accept them, because the ultimate responsibility, and it was made very clear to me during this last campaign session, that everything on every nominee and every appointee on that commission was done by me, if I voted yes.
So sorry, and back to the vetting. So, I mean, you're free to call them. We do not vet them. I don't call them and vet them, and I just none of y'all asked me this much, but in the past, I've been asked, well, who would you like for me to vote for? Well, I don't want, and that's no offense to y'all, but I don't want to be in that position. You know, I mean, the speaker nominates 2 people, y'all appoint the people. I don't want to be in a position where somebody comes back later and says, well, that's the one Dr. Mackey wanted me to vote for. I mean, that's,
We don't like to blame you, that's works for me.
I get blamed for a lot of things.
But in the case of the speaker, he knows that he can nominate more than 2 people.
It's also obviously really, I mean, like, I think you certainly are within your rights to call them and talk to both of them. Obviously, if all 8 of you call and talk to them.
It's not prohibited for you.
Right.
Contact them, contact the speaker's office, and get some more information, you know, if that's out of bounds at all. It's definitely not,
But it just puts you in an odd position to call somebody out of the blue you've never met and say, your nominations come to me. And if all 8 of you do it separately, then that person may, you certainly could do that, but there's not, I think back to Ms. McCrae's question, there's not a process for that. Like, there's not a process. I think you could amend the process if you want to, obviously within the law. Like if you said, well, we want those people to come to a meeting, like the deans come to a meeting when their programs are up for review and have a conversation with them. That's not out of line to do that. Remember, they serve, and they're being nominated, so they're not even on it. They might say, well, I'm not gonna do that. Well, you could also say, well, you're not voting for it. But,
also, the law can be changed. I've had communication with several of the Senate leaders, and they said, if you think that in the operations of this, especially what we've gone through, we need to make changes, they said since the school board has such an integral role, they would welcome our input. And I think that going through these questions, they help us, as we go into the legislative session, prepare some modifications, because we have to now and pre-filings in January, February, whatever, to help modify the Charter Commission so it reflects what we consider important for primary education in Alabama, because we are the elected officers.
It's an odd way to vote in that when that time comes, we say one person's name or the other person's name, or we say abstain.
It takes 5 yes votes to pass them, though. It doesn't just take, it takes 5 majority of the elected board to pass them. So 4 of us abstain, you're not going, you have to have 5 yes votes. That's what we've done in the past, I think. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, they're not really yes votes. I guess when you call the person's name.
call Bubba
We actually vote twice. We really kind of vote twice. Selecting the person and then kind of ratifying the appointment.
Right.
That's how you do it.
Right. We've typically done that kind of straw poll, you call that, and then somebody makes a motion to ratify that person as the appointee.
And then we yes, no.
But that's procedural, that's right, that's procedurally how we've done it, it's not written in there. But it seems to have been the easiest. I mean, technically, we could have, like you could have the 2 nominees and somebody could say, well, I move that we do this one, and then you vote on that person. You don't even take the other person up unless they're voted on. But just through the years trying to work it out, it seems like it's more fair to kind of go through the list like we've done it.
Well, Dr. Richardson, unless there's objection, I'd like for us to agree to put it off another month.
Okay.
And that's what I was going to say.
Okay.
That sounds.
I'm in favor of delaying.
I can see that this,
Okay.
yes, put it off, and we'll work on your questions. Thank you, Ms. West, for giving those to somebody back behind you there in writing, that's good.
And thank you, because we didn't do it in January, we're getting it done, thanks. Okay.
Yeah.
Board questions, if you want to do board questions?
Yeah, sure.
And yes, okay, so at the end.
My
Yes.
one board question is the Barksdale report going to be given to the Literacy Task Force?
I mean, I don't have any opposition to that, but I don't know what,
It's not public.
I don't know that we've had a process for that. I don't think we can give it to them yet, because like y'all are state officials, and it is in draft form, so it's not a public document. And I know the Literacy Task Force, we rely on them, but I don't want to make an immediate ruling. I'm looking for some guidance, but I think it has to be moved to another form before we can.
And then
At
once
this point, it's not a public document.
confidential.
It is a draft document.
Okay, so once it's a public, then the
At proper
LPF can get it.
conduct,
Okay,
Yeah, absolutely.
okay, just, that was my big.
But we may, you're bringing up a deeper point, thinking off the cuff, we may want to do, like, we may want to try to get Kelly to do, Dr. Butler to do a presentation with the Literacy Task Force. So, I mean, this was all obviously public, what she said today, and at least get them into that.
I think that'd be a great idea.
So,
Okay.
yes.
Yes.
Okay, I was gonna ask about the, well, first of all, Chuck, I gave you several reports that I had paper copies of, and there are things like school enrollment and college and career readiness indicators by school system that we've had in the past. But they've just gotten old and stale, and we haven't updated them in a while. And so just as a request to have those updated and then sent to all of us so that we all have that same information. And then, and I realize some of that may take a little while, but just, as soon as you can do it, and if you would please share it with everybody, I think that would be great. And then a question I went back and pulled some old PCG reports, and in the most recent one I could find said we would begin a review of the report card weights in May 2022. And I guess that got special interest to me because in our local paper, they compared about 10 different school systems and the graduation rates and the college and career readiness indicators, and had all the school systems lined up. And some of the systems, there was a large gap between graduation rate and college and career readiness indicators. And so I think it might, and this was also a request at the last luncheon at the retreat, Representative Collins had also asked us to take a look at the report card again. And that it might be time for us to examine whether the weights on our different measures are achieving the goals that we want to achieve. And so I didn't know if y'all had already started that process, and maybe we would have a work session to discuss it
We
in more
have,
detail.
and it'll probably be into the fall where we'll kind of look at that. But the changing the weights, there's probably not going to be a lot on changing the weights that can be done. So for instance, I don't know, Representative Collins may have talked to you, she's talked to me, she would like to see us move college career ready up and graduation weight down in that. But that's a violation of federal law. Federal law says that graduation rate has to be your top indicator for high schools. It just is. We don't want to turn down our $600 million in federal funds. So what are other things we can do? One of the things in July, I'm going to bring you some things we want to look at whether we could make college and career ready a graduation requirement. Now, I know we've talked about that with some of you, but there was a law actually proposed this year. It didn't pass. That was a part of the law. There's been discussion out there. Superintendents have looked at it. I sent you all a report a few weeks ago on our current college and career ready rates. It showed every high school. I hope you looked at those because they go down as low as like 50% to up in the high 90s.
44%.
But we would, what we would have to do if we wanted to make that a requirement for graduation, because that's a graduation change, big graduation change. Not like FAFSA. So FAFSA is a graduation requirement, but remember the requirement is you either complete it or you sign a waiver that you're not going to complete it. This would be different. It'd be akin to when the board put the graduation exam in. And so we would have to, parents would have to sign in 8th grade that they understood as they were going into their high school plan what the grad requirement would be. That getting a CCR designation would be a graduation requirement. The reason I want to talk about it at the July work session is because if we want to do that and make it effective with the 8th grade, the 2022-23 8th grade class, which of course, everything you have to think about, well, that stacks it way on down for graduation. But we've got to we'll have to act pretty quick because it's got to be built into those 8th grade plans this coming year. So if we said, well, let's wait and look at that midway through the year, well, we can do that, but then that means you're talking about the 8th grade of 23-24. So it's the graduation class, you're getting on down into the late 2020s. So we've gone through this before where we make major changes in the high school requirement, but you have to tell people that when they're going into high school. You and I talked about that. It's like those college catalogs. You make a change, but you don't change people their senior year. So I'd like to talk about that in July, and I think, and in our discussions even with PCG, probably we want to relook at some accountability things, but probably in that case, instead of looking at the weight changing, looking at how we use the CCR. The other one is, that we have had conversations on going into the pandemic was academic growth and academic achievement. And should we change those? Now, we can do some change on those under the federal guides, but what I'd said, and I probably said to some of y'all, and I'd said to Representative Collins, is we need to get 2 years of ACAP test data before we start changing the weights. And of course, the first year data didn't happen because of the COVID, so we just now have our second year data. The TAC, our Technical Advisory Committee, is actually meeting tomorrow to look at this year's raw data so they can set. Remember, we had those tentative cut scores, and they're meeting tomorrow to look at this year's data to see if those should be solidified or not. I mean, I can't speak for them because they're not meeting till tomorrow, and I'll get a report probably next week on what their recommendations are. So, in other words, if the second grade, if they were recommending 286 as the cut score between 3 and 4, and this year's data were way off base from last year's, they may say we need another year of data, a third year, to verify that. But if they were pretty close, then they're going to go ahead and solidify those, and then we'll have 2 years of data, and we can start looking at that. We'll have the report card back this year. So I think when it says begin that process in 22, we've started to talking about it, but it's going to take several months to get further.
I just think we would like to be in on the discussion.
Absolutely.
So.
And so in July, expect that we're going to spend some time on the CCR. And I would plead with you, look at between now and July, look at your schools, because some of them are low, and talk to your principals. And this is what I would ask you, if I may give my bosses a homework assignment. Ask those principals, if we made CCR a requirement for high school graduation, what would you have to do to make sure all your students had an opportunity to get it? And that's a key, because I've said this, I know I've said it before, and I'm going to take advantage of the opportunity to say it again. It's the inequity of opportunity. So we've got places where they have, I mean, we say we've got, like, I think there are 8 categories you can get CCR, but like really AP, IB, ACT, that's going to be a same group of kids. Career Tech credentials is a big one, but we have some places that offer 50 or 60 Career Tech credential opportunities, and some that offer 3. Dual enrollment, some places may have agreements with 4 colleges to do dual enrollment. We still have high schools that do not have a college or community college that offers dual enrollment for their students because of where they're located and all. So we're still, so I think what we have to do, I mean, I'm all about it. I've been talking about it since pre-pandemic that we ought to require CCR to graduate, but only if we can guarantee every child has an opportunity. I don't want us to paint a high school in a box where they all of a sudden go from a 75% graduation rate to a 50% graduation rate, but we didn't help them figure out how to get their students a credential or an opportunity. So, I mean, I'm going into July. I'm giving you but I think it would be great if y'all would go ahead and talk to those superintendents and principals about what would this mean for you and what would you have to support that, because if we could pass it in August or September, smiling, I know, of this year, and make it effective for this fall's 8th graders, then that gives them 4.5 years before they have to get it. But I'll give you one example. We've had a team working on this. We had a meeting call the other day, and one of the things I said then was, so work keys we give the senior year. So maybe we give work keys like as a freshman, and let people, like we used to do the graduation exam, let people see where they are, and then give them the opportunity to retake it multiple times. Because work keys are really our 2 big growth areas, are work keys and dual enrollment. And we just got 2 added. Apprenticeship, there will never be many apprentices. There will almost never be, we'll have very, very few. because to be in an apprenticeship, you must be 18. And so we're gonna have, it's gonna be only a small group of seniors that can even qualify for that. But the other one is career tech completer. We got that approved by the feds, so we could, that's a big area for growth. But again, if you're in a county where they only offer 4 career tech programs, you know, and one of those is auto repair, and you're not interested in auto repair, then it's not. So how do we get, it may be, we may have to offer some online things we've never offered before. So anyway, I know but I think it goes right along with your question.
It does.
These are the
It does.
discussions that I want us to have next
And we
month.
want equity, we want
Yes,
children to
ma'am.
have choices and options, and like you say, everybody doesn't wanna sign up for auto repair.
And I think if you'll give us until sometime in the 23-24 school year, I do want us to come back and look at, for grades K-8, the growth versus achievement. And whether we want to adjust those scales, we just need 2 years of data first. So, which we're hopefully soon gonna have.
Well, and that would be my
Good
next
question.
When will we get the ACAT scores, the ACT, the work keys, the career tech completers? And I know I asked Chuck some of that too.
Sounds like more than one question.
But, yeah,
So-
but usually we get them all together.
So
But
today,
we don't have
asked
to.
about the ACAT.
when you leave today, Ms. Martin's gonna give you a folder that has your school's ACAP reading data, 2nd, 3rd grade reading data. It's district,
Okay.
not your school, your districts. Not the board district though, it's by, like Montgomery County's a district, you mean?
Yes, I have it broken down by their individual board districts.
Yes.
So in your folder,
so
you
you're
will
gonna
have
get
the
a packet.
districts that are in your area. And if you see that I've missed because some of them were overlapping, just let me know and I can send you that district data. But right now, it's just
So
district.
you're gonna get your ACAP reading, 2nd, 3rd grade reading, you're gonna get the first, what we have, you're gonna get. The ACAP, the rest of the ACAP data, probably still September. Asking the more, it didn't change, but I know you wanna see it, but that's probably gonna be September. The superintendents are gonna get it, go through the verification piece, in August. It might be ready by the August board meeting, but my suspicion is it's gonna be September when we'll see the big piece of ACAP. The ACT data gets the new, we've got last year's graduating class data, but I assume you mean the class just graduated 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
And it's in
September,
July.
Maggie told
When
me.
is it?
Maggie told me by the end of September.
End of September before they get it. ACT will give us those reports, so.
And that seems
just
so
wanna get-
odd because the kids probably already have their scores.
Oh, the kids have their scores within a few days.
You know, it's such a delay
I know.
and when we get it, which drives me nuts, but,
We
okay.
knew that. But it is, as soon as we can get it, we get it to you. But you're getting a piece today on those ACAP reading scores. And remember next year, so the superintendent's got those before school got out. And then they'll go next year they'll be even faster because we won't have to go through the standard setting process. But I will say this, I think, Ms. Martin, please tell me if I'm wrong, but I think I'm right, that when we looked at the cut score for grade level reading, that was, we set last year with the stipulation that, it was first year, but it turned out that those were good scores. Because there was good alignment from the first year to the second year.
For the reading.
For the reading. So that feels good. And they're working tomorrow on aligning the others. And then once they get the cut scores aligned, they'll be moving those to the districts for the verification. And we might could get it. I'm not going to say that absolutely be September. We might could get it earlier, but we're targeting the September meeting, having a big presentation on all that.
And then, Dr. Mackey, you and I talked about this, but just for clarity's sake, and this was one school system, but I always think if there's one school system that's confused, there are probably others. And so we talked about what the waiver process was for an LEA to use state textbook scholars to produce a reading program that wasn't on the vetted and approved list. And so can you talk about the waiver process?
There is no waiver process.
Thank
you. To waive.
That was what I wanted you to say.
That's right.
All right, you're done. That's good.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Did
I hope
everybody
everybody's
hear that out
listening,
there?
and I'm my talking points for the School Boards Association and the Superintendent's Association coming up. There is no process to waive core reading programs. Now, if they just choose not to comply, and they choose to use their own money and not use state money, there's nothing in the textbook law that says they can't pick their own book. They are, and we've put this in writing to them, and we'll evidently, based on your conversation with the local system that we won't name, and we'll have to say it again next week, but if they choose a different program than one that has been vetted by the Literacy Task Force that we have published, they are out of compliance with the Literacy Act. I have told them point blank. And I've had 3 superintendents who told me they don't care if they're in compliance with it, and their boards are supporting them. And that's fine. I mean, that's not, there's no enforcement mechanism of that. That's there. My thing is, we've let them know they're out of compliance. My concern with them, is that if they have students who do not pass the 3rd grade, and then the parents come back and challenge that, and they are out of compliance with the law, then they've got to explain themselves, I think. And that's what I've told them. I'm not saying they're going to lose. I'm not saying that they've not chosen a good program. Now, they may have a great reading program, but they're not in compliance with the law, so they're going to have to be able to explain why they're not in compliance.
Thank you.
Okay, I've probably gone further than you want to.
No,
Dr.
I
Davis
just
now
wanted
also
it to
wants
be
to comment.
clear for the whole world.
Just because I replied back to Dr. McCarty so that there wasn't confusion, I was afraid that it's not a waiver, but it is if there's 2 options that you have as a local district with your state textbook funds. You either have to send in the board adopted the state approved list, or they have a local adoption. I said, so, they have to send those forms in to us. And so we collect those and log them, because some may call that a waiver, but that still wasn't even what the question, but we still, regardless if they're using state textbook funds, it's either or, so we have that information. Now, like Dr. Mackey said, if they choose to spend ESSER money, they don't necessarily turn in anything, because right now there is no K-3. They would do 4 through 12, but if they do the local adoption.
We did not adopt any K-3,
yes,
so anything from the local textbook committee can adopt anything K-3, because we didn't
if
adopt
their
anything.
board approves it.
I said the board, locally.
Yes, but they know, there's also been a lot of discussion with the 2 laws that we have, because like Dr. Mackey said, the textbook law doesn't require you to even buy a textbook. That's not the purpose of it. It tells you how to adopt them. So we also have the Literacy Act, which requires the core reading program. So they have to know what to do with both of them. And so we've had lots of discussion with curriculum directors about that to help them. So we have lots of new curriculum directors, just like principals.
I appreciate you saying that. So because that may be where the confusion is, they can use a local process to adopt their own textbooks. But it changes nothing whether they're compliant with the Literacy Act. And we are not waiving anybody out of any of the compliance with the Literacy Act. And I think that was the question. I appreciate it.
Yes. And I appreciate everybody, the response. It was great. Okay, Teams contracts. How are we doing on Teams contracts? Are there issues, unintended consequences, allocations? And I noticed, I don't know if she's here anymore, but some of the people that in my district anyway, that they were intrigued by the Teams contract and thought, well, I'm an elementary teacher, trained in that, but maybe I want to be a middle school math teacher. So I think those were some of the ones taking that Praxis test too.
That's why some of our
And so, but anyway, I was just curious, how do you see the implementation of that going? Is it going well?
It's that's a great question. So it is going, overall it's going really well. We had We're interested to see how many, and I don't know the exact number, somebody might be trying to look it up, but we had for this year. We think the number will go up next year because we're anecdotally hearing that a lot of people were a little timid about it the first year. Some districts chose not to participate last year at all, which they're not required to do. But we think the number will tick up some this year. The legislature, they cut the funding for it below the requested amount, but it still has money. So what they did when teams came in, they created a new fund to pay for the team's contracts. And the first year put a big tranche of money into it. So it had excess money, and that was done on purpose so that in lean years there would always be money in there. So this year they chose not to fully fund the request, but there's still plenty of money in there. It's just the cushion's not going to be as big as we had thought. But that's okay. As long as there's any cushion, we're good. The unintended consequences. Now, I should back off. I don't know if they're unintended. So the intention was to push people to math and science, teaching math and science all day. Some of the consequences that have not been wanted by locals are it's caused them to have to relook at some of their scheduling. And I'll just give you, the biggest one has been coaching. So they have a science teacher who coaches baseball. And they typically, they pay that person a baseball supplement, and what they've done in the past is give that person, say, 5 classes to teach, a planning period, and then a baseball period. And the team's law says they have to teach math or science full time. And so we have told them, you don't get a baseball period anymore. So in some cases, what they've done is they're coaching baseball in their planning period, and the district is using district funds to pay them for their planning period before school or something. So those have been, and there's not a one state rule that works for those, so we've had to work on them around. And then the other big consequence that we've seen is programs that are not traditional math and science credit programs. And I'll just use the term, Project Lead the Way has been one of the most difficult, because Project Lead the Way is a great program. A lot of districts pay for it. It's very expensive, but it's not one of your approved state courses. So if they're doing Project Lead the Way, how are they like awarding credit for it? And so we had teachers who are maybe teaching 4 classes of physical science and 2 of Project Lead the Way. So do those count? So we've been able to work through, and Project Lead the Way is one that we've been able to kind of work through the issues. But I bet there have been, Jessica, 50 examples of those things. So they have a local airport has a class. I mean, we have some people doing really innovative stuff out there. But the local airport has a class in flight instruction, and the science teacher teaches that class. Does that count or does not count? And so there's a process for questions and waivers, and they've been submitting those this year. The third consequence, you're going to get a longer answer than you were anticipating. So in the first year, we allowed people, it says, they have to have the degree in math or science. They have to have an advanced certification, which is either national boards or the national national something for STEM education, but we call it NICE accreditation. And they had to do professional development. So some of them got, and in the implementation year this was allowed, they got their team's contract in anticipation of getting the national certification, but they didn't pass the national certification. So what we've told the districts is we're not making anybody pay back money, but they cannot continue it the second year. And so that has been an issue too with some. And I think those are the ones, when you'd say unintended consequences, though, one more, and that's computer science. So, we actually kind of helped lobby to get computer science added as one of the areas, but it has to be one of those approved credit-bearing computer science classes. And we've learned a lot of teachers that are teaching they're teaching some computer science, but it's not actually one of those approved courses, and so they don't count. They're in a permit course, and so those have been, that took a lot of time to try to work through some of those.
Do we prorate? Like in the example with the coach, if they teach 4 classes and the 5th one is coach, no, we don't do
No,
like
because
4
the law
fifths
says
or-
full-time. They
Okay.
have to be a full-time teacher. There's no, it's a very good question. And a lot of people have asked us to do it, but the law does not give us the authority to prorate it. You're either, it's one of, you're either in or out.
Is it 100% funded from the state?
It is 100% funded from the state.
And how do you determine how many teams, units each district gets?
One math and one science for every 105 students.
There you go.
Okay,
In
tell me
grade
that one more
6.
time again. One math and one science.
And one science position for every 105 students in combined grades 6 through 12.
And
And
nobody
that gives
has
us
tapped
way
out
more.
their
Yes, that
allotment.
gives us-
Okay, that was my next question.
Nobody's tapped out their allotment or even come close to it.
Okay.
Now, we do have issues. Dr. Chestnut's gonna raise her hand. I'm gonna answer her question. But I was about to look there and say, we have districts that don't have any because they didn't have anybody that qualified. But we also have districts, had a superintendent in a rural district that only has 3 1A high schools, I think, who told me that for the first time in her career, she has no openings in math and science because of teams. And we have people, I mean, in the Black Belt, I've had a couple of superintendents to tell me they have people that, I mean, one in particular, this anecdotal story, but somebody who grew up there, went off and was teaching in Kentucky or North Carolina or someplace, but wanted to move back closer home to mom, but couldn't afford it. But with the team's contract, it's so much money, they said this is absolutely worth moving back home. So we have had lots of people. It's brought people in, but it has not solved every problem in every place. And Dr. Justin, your question.
Yes. I had a teacher to ask me, she says she teaches 6th grade science all day, but she was not allowed to participate with the team.
I can tell you what her issue is.
Okay.
She probably has an elementary certification. So 6th grade is an odd place for us because we allow teachers with an elementary certification to teach through 6th grade, K through 6. But it's also middle school. The team's law says that they must hold a high school or middle school certification. So we have a group of people across the state, and I do not know the person you're talking to, but I've talked to so many of them. We have a group of people across the state who hold K-6 certification and are teaching full-time science or math in 6th grade, but they cannot get a team's contract because they have to convert to a middle school certificate. They can do that by passing the middle school math or science Praxis. Which is one of the reasons you see like a 27% pass rate, because literally dozens of people teaching 6th grade just went, I don't even think they bought a practice course, they just went and took the Praxis to see if there was a chance. Because look, they were not going to change schools, they were not going to change subjects, they were not going to change classrooms. All they were doing was adding the middle school math or science certificate. So why not pay the $100 and take the test and see? But they didn't, and large numbers didn't pass. So what we're encouraging them is get in a Praxis preparation course, there are some, and get ready for the middle school test and pass it. Go back, do it again, and we'll try it again, which will drive our pass rates up too. But that is a problem. When I was principal, I know I give stories when I was principal, but we did that. We departmentalized in 6th grade. I had a teacher who taught science all day long and one that taught math all day long, but neither one of them had the middle school certificate. They had elementary. And so going ahead, 27 years, they would not qualify for that. So that's probably the situation. And the best thing to do is try to get them in a Praxis prep course and get them middle school certified.
And last question, the mega conference schedule, when y'all have it, can you send it to us?
I think we may have it, yeah, we'll get that to you. I've seen several of the classes. That would be
Okay,
great.
Great. Yeah, or the link or whatever.
That is a great question. And by the way, on mega conference, if y'all want to go, we would love for you to go. I will not be there. Of course, you know, it's typical if the board meeting falls during that week, so we'll miss the opening. I know Ms. Ziegler always, she's close, goes, and I usually try to go for a day, but this year we have the Education Commission of the States, ECS, they've moved their meeting. You know, since they didn't meet for a couple of years due to COVID, but it's now going to overlap. So I'm going to leave that night after the board meeting, fly to Washington because I'm presenting on a panel and have got to be up there the next morning. But which is fine. It's just a matter of there won't be a day I can go to mega conference this year. But if y'all can go, that would be great, and we would love to. Well, obviously, we can pay your per diem on expenses. I'm not sure exactly how that is. You didn't ask this question, but may I say this while I know some of you are interested in going to AASB. If anybody is going, because you're considered members, we can actually pay your actual expense on that. You have to keep your receipts, but we can reimburse your expense, not just the per diem rate if you're going to that convention. I know Dr. Chestnut's going to get to go, and I don't know if anybody else is or not, but.
And we will need to know immediately.
Immediately, because we have to approve your travel. We have to, to do that. But and I will be honest with you, I don't know how close you're going to get a hotel room if you've not already planned, but we were able to get that. I know Dr.
No.
Orange Beach.
Oh,
And Dr. Chestnut, I know she's your voting representative, and she is going to get to go. Yeah. But Meg Conference will get you the schedule. That's great. And I'll tell you what, on Teams, we're going to get some more up-to-date stuff together and show you kind of where we are and how the year ended on.
And Dr. just for consistent messaging on that, like you said, one of the biggest things we get is those innovative programs like Project Lead the Way, We Build It Better. We do approve teachers to teach that, but they just can't teach it all day. Like, there are some teachers that's what they do all day, and we've not approved it. They're not happy about that, but the Teams Fund is trying to drive those teachers, like you can go to this county and get the Teams Fund, because they don't have any certified. This one obviously has all their math and science classes covered, and then they can have extra to do this. So I know a lot of people aren't happy about that, but once we do get all the classroom staff, then maybe we can go back to the legislature and say, can we add coaches? Can we add other non-core classes? But just in messaging, I wanted y'all to know that if y'all are hearing complaints.
Send me their names.
I'm trying to push them in.
We have to take some, but not as many as we need.
Okay, anything else, Dr. McCarty? Any more questions? Okay.
So let me hit school safety.
Yes.
I'm gonna hit it quickly, and we'll see. Yes.
You told me to be quiet.
Okay, I forgot, sorry. Dr. Reynolds, okay.
She did, I mean.
I did
there was a
too, because
relationship.
you've been talking.
In attending a lot of meetings, and in my history as superintendent of multiple boards, every place I go, there's always a provision in that meeting for board members to have comments or speak at the same vein as our superintendent speaks at this meeting. So I inquired with Jason about that, and he says our agenda is set in the administrative code. And actually, I think the administrative code, when it was adopted, that had the superintendent as the only one presented, was back when the superintendent was elected, that long ago. So not that anyone would have to say anything anytime. And frequently I go and the board members say, pass, nothing to say. But I think it would be responsible for us as constitutional officers to have a position on the board agenda where if we chose to speak or comment about something, that we have that opportunity. Now, Jason, would you speak on the situation and what we'd have to do, please?
I mean, basically, it'd just be like any other administrative rule change, or administrative code change. It would just go through that same process. And we would, propose the draft, new draft change to the administrative code, including an additional item, and then come through the work session, just like any other administrative rule change.
If y'all don't think it's a good idea, then I'll drop it. It's just crazy Wayne, but I just sometimes know, and you have 6 more months to be with us, some of us issues things that we report on, and I know that you do a great job of representing me every time, but I just think that on the agenda, just for enhancing our constitutional role, we should have a position which would, I guess, be the new I, and then the superintendent will then be J, toward the end meeting where you have the option to do it or not do it. So I'd like to know what some of y'all feel before Jason goes to all the trouble of developing administrative code for immediate and then for a long-term adoption. So
I will say, just to provide the information too, Robert's rules, you can obviously call for one personal privilege or something like that, some other procedural, but obviously that's, different than changing the,
well, we could do, or I could do it under.
Well, sometimes when he asks, we have more comments or whatever, is that?
He's talking about in the meeting, not in the work session.
No, I'm saying in the meeting.
No, there isn't. It's under, unless you get on the public hearings and spoke on something, but there isn't, as I study it, and maybe I'm wrong, but I would like for us to have developed before the next work session an administrative code for emergency and regular, and then if we decide you like the wording, not, but it's just part of growing and being on the board and starting my second term, realizing sometimes it might be prudent for us to have a chance to speak.
I think that's typical for local boards. I mean, I know in the 2 terms I served in Auburn City, there was an item at the end, it's the last agenda item, and the superintendent just always asked, are there any board member comments? I very rarely had any.
But if you did.
But if I had that,
And again,
that
what harm
was
would
my
it do? If it's in
chance.
there, great. If we don't have anything, nothing.
Jason said
Yeah,
they
I
have
can
to
live
change
with
it.
it.
So it would have to be changed, he just couldn't say at the end.
Jason, I just took the advice of general counsel, because I said, how do we have to do that?
Yeah, because our actual agenda items are set out in the administrative code. It says you will have A, B, C, 1, 2, 3.
Right.
So this would have to be a new addition to that.
Yeah, I can live with that, sure.
I don't hear any objections, so.
Okay, well, we'll write it up then. I mean, it'd be a pretty simple code change. And then we come back in July, the July work session with that.
Okay.
And do you want it, is that where you would want it, at the end of business before the executive report and the superintendent's report? Would that be okay?
I would, I would think,
Right after
you asked my
business.
opinion before the superintendent's report,
Yes.
and after whatever executive includes, but.
The executive, as y'all know, is it's in the code for a reason, because there are certain things by law we have to announce in the meeting. But y'all, as you all know, I mean, probably six meetings out of 7, we don't have that. So what we would say is put it like board member comments section right before the executive report. I'd like to keep the executive and the superintendent's report together, because sometimes they. Okay.
You fix it.
So that's where we'll put it. Jason, we'll put it right after business before the executive report.
Yeah, I didn't realize that our agenda was in the code, but it is.
It is.
And Jason keeps us evenly straight, so.
Good. Blessing.
It's also in your board member book too. It's got the agenda there.
But I didn't know it was in the code. I know it was, never mind, I'm done. Sorry, man.
Okay.
He's ready to put on his shorts and go to the beach, right?
Well, we
Oh, we
have
got
safety.
safety.
We have safety.
Oh, yeah,
Safety.
big issue.
Yeah.
So let me on school safety, if I may, let me just take, this is not by any means all encompassing. Let me
give you a little update on what's happened, and then just y'all ask questions. I'm not gonna spend much time on it. After, obviously, the shooting in Uvalde, we pulled together, we convened a group, our folks here in the department, the state law enforcement, ALEA, and our private partner, Inside. And this is a report from Inside. So Inside has been doing work with school safety for many years in Alabama and in other states, but it's an Alabama-based company. And after the Parkland tragedy 4 years ago, a little over 4 years ago, there were some federal grants out there for school safety. We applied as a state and got 2 of those grants, and did an RFP process, and Inside got the grants on those. They kind of got combined into one project. In fact, one of that already were working on one project, which is where Jason and I first met each other, because he was working for ALEA and I was at SSA, but we were on the RFP vetting committee together. He was the legal counsel for the vetting, and I was on the committee, and I can't remember who was here from the department was on it, but we went through, and that was to do a school safety notification system. That happened prior to Parkland. Then the Parkland thing happened within a year after that. Inside, responded to the RFP for the other grant, so we were able to expand that program. So we brought Inside in, and ALEA, and us. I have some other statistics beyond this, but just if you look, like in this first page, so Inside did a little report for us. The school safety platform that came out of that RFP and the grant process, we have 143 school systems, 1,348 schools that are all participating. Last year, we had 14,717 drills, and that includes active shooter drills, fire drills. We had 7,169 school safety training events. So fortunately, a part of our contract with them is they keep up with all these things. Now, if Marilyn Lewis were here, I'd let her be doing this presentation, but Marilyn is actually, Dr. Lewis, is with our school resource officers right now. It's the state school resource officers conference going on, and so she's with them. And she said, please tell y'all she would be glad to come at the July meeting and answer more questions and talk about where we are. But you see, I won't read all of them to you, but there are some things there. They have, they're experts in school safety, and if you look at the other sheet on the back side, they've made 4 recommendations for things we need to do to enhance school safety. We are already working on these 4. I said we're going to take these and run with it. So, creation of and distribution of a series of targeted surveys. So we did a targeted survey in 2018 and got some good information about like who has SROs, who has what, and who needs what. But we've not updated it, but we had 2 years of COVID in between, and we kind of shifted. So they're already on this. Dr. Lewis, and Dr. Steve McKinney with Inside already have a draft for a survey that'll go out this summer to update what we know about our school safety stuff. Number 2, to roll out new applications by creating awareness and education campaign on availability and benefits. So what we've found, you're not surprised, since 2018, when we were last hyper-focused on this issue, we've had a lot of turnover in superintendents and principals, and there are people out there that don't even know what we have done and what's available. So an education campaign you're going to see rolling out. We've already started that in Midweek Matters a couple of times, but speaking to superintendents and AASB next week, and you're going to continue to see us push that out with a hope that a plan that in the future will kind of keep that going. It won't be waiting till after there's a tragedy. And again, I take responsibility for that, but it's because we had the pandemic. Everything shifted in the pandemic for a while. Number 3, this is big, collection of 360-degree photospheres for every school. So part of the federal grant is we now have a database where we have 360-degree photosphere, new word, of every classroom in the state. We have that capacity. The vast majority of schools have not participated yet. But again, all this became, we were building it in 2019 and 20. It became available to the schools in 2021, and they've just been focused on other things. So one of the things you're gonna see us push with AASB meeting and superintendents is get with your regional coordinator, because this has already been paid for in the grant, and get your school photographed and be a part of this database. It's, by the way, all very secure behind multiple passwords, but because we don't want criminals to be able to see the inside of our schools. And then 4, develop and implement a technical training program to be delivered through self-paced online courses. So we have, again, a lot of training programs, over 7,000 last year, but we feel like the cybersecurity thing that many of you have done online, we require everybody here in the department to do cybersecurity every year. We need some kind of step-by-step online training like that like the new teachers start, new assistant principals, that they can just kind of go through it by pace rather than, having one big training every 24 months and you miss people in between. So that piece has not been started yet, but again, this has just come out of our recent meetings of things we need to enhance, but we're going to work on getting that online. Dr. Lewis she has other information too about trainings. It is interrelated with the work that she and Kay Warfield back there, Dr. Warfield works with her. I'm telling you, the school shooter piece, we're all very worried about, but we cannot have that discussion without talking about mental health services, without talking about community services and working with DHR and our partners at mental health and public health and the things they're doing too to provide safety in the community. We can't have that discussion without talking about school discipline and those kind of things, because there's a pattern there and they're all related, and we know that. So what we cannot do, in my opinion, as your superintendent, and I've said this, we cannot make schools prisons. We can't do things like say, well, we're not gonna have any recess anymore and not let kids go out. I mean, one thing we learned in the pandemic is children need to be children. They need to be together, they need to have time to play. I had several TV stations ask me, what can parents do? And I said, right now, this right after the Uvalde tragedy, I said, right now what they need to do is love their children through this. Go home, hug their kids, let them know it's safe to go to school, then call the principal or PTA or whatever and say, what can we do? If it's fundraising, what can we do to help? The other piece that's not in here, because they work on safety training protocols. Okay, facilities. We've gotten lots of calls. In the last 4 years, there's been a lot of money that we've freed up. You've freed up. We've changed some rules to allow people to use money to put in airlock systems, more cameras, fencing, and those kind of things. But again, pandemic, people shifted, and I'm getting a few calls from people like, well, you need to get back on this. We know we needed to fence off this school. We never did it. And now that money sometimes has been allocated to something else. So we're going to, again, be working this summer with superintendents. The A&T funds, Advancement Technology funds, can be spent on school safety. That was a change that was made by the legislature after the 2018 Parkland thing.
Yes, sir.
Well, this is the A&T state funds. The ESSER funds can partially be spent, but they cannot just be spent on school safety. There are some things that you can do related to school safety that are ESSER qualified, but not all things. And I'll give you an example. This is the example the feds gave me that I thought was a little silly, but it is. So you can put up a fence if you want to fence in your school. You can put up a fence using ESSER funds, so long as it's not a permanent fence. So you can, they even showed pictures and said if it's a temporary fence, so you want to put up chain link around your property, you can. But if you decide you're going to put concrete posts in, you're going to put those posts in concrete and make it a permanent installation, you cannot spend ESSER funds on it because you can't do permanent improvements with ESSER funds. So I'm be honest with you, Dr. Reynolds, I'm really encouraging superintendents to stay away from thinking about ESSER funds for school safety, because I think that, you know, those are, is it a permanent fence or not a permanent fence?
But locks and safety doors, part of the environmental improvements.
If it's a part of like air quality improvement,
which is a door lock,
you can do some things with air quality improvement. We have some folks that are replacing windows because they want to be able to bring more fresh air in. Well, those windows may also be better security features, but just replacing your windows doesn't necessarily qualify. Same way with air conditioning systems. It doesn't necessarily qualify. It has to be shown how it would mitigate the spread of viruses. So we'll work through all those issues with them. I do think, you know, that there's right now there's just a lot of money out there, and school security needs to be a big part of how we spend it. Okay, and the last piece is school resource officers. I can't not make this report and not talk about that. So that has come up again. Speaking of which, now, so school resource officers, we know that we have about 1,600 schools in the state, including career tech centers. There are fewer than 500 school resource officers in the state. A school resource officer is an APOS certified badged officer who carries a gun, who has been specially trained to work in a school. And they're between 400 and 500 of them. They're meeting right now, which is great. We have many, many more hundred police officers and deputies who are not trained SROs, but they are assigned, a deputy assigned to a school, a police officer assigned to a school. I know that there's been a call for like putting an SRO in each school, and I'm certainly support that. But it is more complicated than it sounds, because just to give you an example, one time I talked to a superintendent, the police department in his town provide a police officer at every school all day long.
Right.
But I think only one of them is actually a certified SRO.
Right.
And if the rules said you can only put SROs in schools, his police chief said, well, then we'll just pull our people out. So we don't want to talk about the word Dr. McCarty used, unintended consequences. We don't want that. So we just have to be careful. We do want more SROs. We want more police and deputies in our schools, both for shooting, but for a lot of other reasons too. Children need to see these officers as friends and colleagues, not as, you know, somebody to run from. So that's going to be a hard sell as far as a state budget item. A lot of districts, again, the legislature allowed us to open the rule up. We changed the rule so they can use A&T funds to contract with the sheriff's department or the police department to provide an SRO. So there are some things they can do, but schools themselves, under normal circumstances, cannot hire their own police staff because we're not properly insured to hire people, badged officers who are APOS certified to carry guns. The police and sheriff's departments carry special insurance for that. Schools don't. And so it's much easier to contract with your sheriff or your police chief to do that. And that's how almost all of them are doing it. I think we do have one school district that has a police service, but they've got a special provision for that.
How does the former DARE officer program that was so successful where we brought police in, because many of the ones that are in our community used to be DARE officers.
Yes, sir.
Or they're retired and they are reserve officers. But they're not SRO certified, but they're maybe better.
Yes, sir.
The quality of person that you get is better.
Dr. Lewis may have to help answer that question. A lot of the DARE officers did become SROs. Many DARE SRO officers were the same. I don't know if the DARE program is actually still out there or not.
But we have people that were DARE officers and they didn't become SROs, but they're working in the schools because they were on the sheriff's department or the police department. So, And they enjoyed that duty
Yes, sir.
a lot. And the children, students, enjoyed them.
And you mentioned reserve officers, so we do have a lot of counties that put reserve deputies in schools or reserve officers in schools. They can, some of them are retired officers and they come back and they can work part-time because they
They're
can
not
draw,
certified.
they can draw a certain amount of money. Some of them are.
Well,
They can be
Can we
APO certified.
can we budget to, instead of like our sheriff is not gonna pay extra money, because he's already providing the staff to credential it. What can we do in this plan to help credential the people that are already there, that are doing the job, they just don't have a credential?
As SROs?
Yes.
Can
I'll
you
ask
use
that question.
A&T, the A&T funds for the training to certify them?
The districts can, yes, ma'am. We don't get A&T funds. We pass it through the districts, but
But
the
they
districts
can
can
use
use
it.
that. Yes,
That's
that's
what
an
I'm saying.
allowable expense.
So we can help advise the LEAs about how to take the current resource and convert them to something that we can take to the public, that we have SROs, because
Right.
in the city I live in, they just want to see the policemen there. And they're happy because they're their neighbors. And
We had a perfect, we did talk about, and I'd like to give y'all some positive, and that, Jay, what's Jay's last name? Jay Mosley, who runs the Fusion Center for Aaliyah, which is a massive computer system. They are constantly monitoring social media and those kind of things. I'm telling you, we've not, knock on wood, and pray to God we don't have an incident like that, but they have stopped so many incidents because they are constantly monitoring. I will brag about our Fusion Center, and we work with them hand in hand, but they stopped an issue this year where somebody posted online. Now, they're not digging into your personal files. If you post on Facebook or Twitter, somebody posted online that they were going to shoot up a high school event.
Yep.
Their system picked it up. They sent local law enforcement in that town, not in Montgomery, it was hundreds of miles away, but in Alabama, they sent local law enforcement to that person's house. And fortunately, it was not a real threat because the person didn't have capacity, didn't even own a gun. They were mad and posted. 99% of their issues, that's what comes up. But they every day are dealing with those kinds of threats, and hopefully do stop. Well, hopefully there's anybody out there planning something like that. Situation that happened today, it's been in the news in Gadsden City at Walnut Park Elementary School. It appears followed exactly. The school resource officer confronted somebody outside the school. Teachers went into lockdown. Every door was locked. Every window secure. Unfortunately, the officers had to take the man's life, but our students inside were safe. And so that's, you don't want anybody to lose a life, but there are, obviously when something bad happens like that, that's going to get all the news, but there literally are hundreds of cases where our school resource officers and teachers and principals, they're doing the right thing, keeping places secure and stopping bad things from happening.
And that's exactly what he did today.
Exactly what I did today.
And I had that happen when I was superintendent, and I get asked the question, can you guarantee? Nobody can guarantee. And Uvalde, the instance, they just had a training session. They had a secure perimeter. It got open. And you can't remove human error. And I think that's what we're trying to do with this report and these involvements, is try to make it as secure as possible. But unfortunately, I have to say, I can't guarantee safety.
Yes, sir.
But we can, and I know the individual who compromised the perimeter got a lot of attention, and the police who didn't pursue got, but nobody knows until you've been in a battle directly what it's like to face live fire. It's not easy. I tell you personally, it's not easy.
I think that's it for me.
Do the
We will-
school districts still have to submit safety plans to you?
They do have, yes, ma'am,
Okay.
they do, and they have every district now, this is a change since 2018, has to have a school safety coordinator, a person who directly, we know who that person is. And Dr. Lewis, Dr. Warfield, and their team work with that person, and that's, so they do have to have school safety plans, they do have to have drills, including fire drills and active shooter drills, I think we call them code red drills. I may be using old language there. And again, we're gonna try to really pick up this summer, there's a lot of communication about looking at those plans, revamping, thinking about how you're spending your money, those kind of things. And if you talk to a principal or something who, a lot of times, they may not know what to do, and they don't want to call and say they don't know what to do, but please tell them to call us, because we'll get some help. We have those 7 regional safety coordinators around the state that do training, they're in and out of schools, and we would be glad to get people help.
Dr. Lackett, I saw that you recently sent out where schools have to make an annual report of any child that's detained or put in a special area. And that's important because we just had litigation in one of our systems because somebody accused somebody of doing something. And Madison City now has put cameras in all of its special ed rooms because of some community involvement. But those kind of reports are great. And are those confidential, or can some of us get copies if we have issues? The report of instances.
I think, I'm gonna ask about that before I answer. I think those are public. Those would be our SIR reports, I think.
I don't know what SIR stands for.
Student Incident Report.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right,
Those are Dr. Sibley and Charles Creel and their team printed those for you. Those are the new districts. They have edited and looked and gone through, and I've gone through with them, so I think they're 100% correct. A lot of schools try to make sure they're in the right district. I don't have anything else.
okay, just a reminder, our retreat is scheduled for August 24th. We're asking you all to please submit topics and things you'd like to have covered by June 15th. We have had a suggestion for us to look at the luncheon again with our legislators and senators. We also have been given an idea about a possible activity, so we will send that out to you and see how many would be willing to come in. For us to do that, it would be the evening prior, but you all will give us your opinions on that. Thank you. Anything else? Yes.
Don't forget your folder from Miss Martin.
Okay.
And then we can get to the assembly or something like it. You won't have to take home a stack like that.